Good evening and welcome to our City Council meeting for January 24th, 2017. Would you please join us in pledging allegiance to our country? Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Price?
Here.
Councilmember Adam?
Here.
Councilmember McCoy?
Present.
Councilmember Fox?
I am here.
Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Present. All right. Are there any requests for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item? None? All right, let's go to our special presentations. This will be done by... Yes, no, I know. Yes, good evening, by Barry McComb, our Cultural Affairs Director.
I think
who
that's
just returned from a trip.
Under
so
other
you have
duties
some news for us.
as assigned. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. It's my pleasure tonight to provide you with a programming update for our headline concert series in both the Kavli and Scher Theater as we head in to the remainder of winter and spring. So starting out later this week on Thursday, we're very welcome Garrison Keillor. Many of you will know him from Prairie Home Companion. He's on his first solo tour since that show, and he is known as probably one of America's most prolific storytellers. We have just a few seats left, but the show is pretty close to sold out. We're very thrilled to welcome Chicago back on February 7th after a 7-year absence. They've become much more popular over the last few years, so it's been difficult to attract them. But we're very excited because they'll be playing Thousand Oaks in February, and then in June they'll be playing the Forum in Los Angeles. So we have the more intimate venue to enjoy the music of Chicago. Continuing our ongoing, what we refer to as our Ladies' Night Out shows here in the Scher Forum, we'll be presenting One Woman Sex and the City, which is a one-woman parody of, obviously, the hit show that I was on Showtime. We're also welcoming comedian Rita Rudner on February 11th. Her show has already proved to be so popular, we've added a second show at 9:30. You'll know Rita from a very long career. She used to appear on The Tonight Show back with Johnny Carson. She's had many HBO specials and a long-time residency in Las Vegas. We're welcoming the Golden Dragon Acrobats to kind of celebrate Chinese New Year's. They're bringing 5 centuries of a very honored tradition of acrobatics, and they'll be here on Saturday, February 11th, and that is a matinee performance. Continuing kind of what we're referring to as our classic country series here in the Scher Forum, we're welcoming John Anderson on February 12th. John Anderson has a career that spans over 30 years, and he's had over 40 hit singles on the country music charts. We're very excited to have Dancing with the Stars coming back. They'll be here on Sunday, February the 12th, and obviously this is the hit television show live on stage here at the Kavli Theater. Brian Regan is probably one of the more popular comedians. He tends to come back about every 2 years, and he'll be back on February 19th with an all-new show, and he'll be performing also in the Kavli Theater. So Peter Yarrow and Paul Stuckey, you'll know from Peter, Paul, and Mary. And since Mary Travers passed away, they both have enjoyed very successful solo careers. It's very rare that they join each other on stage, and we have one of those rare appearances, and they'll be here on Friday, February 17th. And Bonnie Raitt has not been here for 11 years, and we've been probably trying for the last 5 years to entice her to come back. And we're thrilled that we finally have her on our schedule. She's bringing her Diggin' the Deep tour, and she'll be here on Thursday, February 23rd. So late night fans will remember Arsenio Hall from his Emmy Award-winning late night show. He'll be part of our comedy series here in the Scher Forum on March 4th. So you may remember that last year we kind of had a special event where we showed a screening of Blazing Saddles and invited Mel Brooks to come as our special guest. That was so successful, we're trying that theme again. So in March, on March 17th, we're going to be screening Back to the Future, and we've invited Christopher Lloyd as our special guest, so he'll be out on stage after the film screening to tell stories about the movie and answer questions from the audience. So again, that's on Friday, March 17th. We've, for the last year and a half, have had an ongoing series of shows here in the Scheer Forum focused on the music of Cuba. And this is our next in that ongoing series featuring Oscar Hernandez, who's a 3-time Grammy Award winner, and special guest Alma Libra will be joining him that evening, and that's Saturday, March 18th. Kathleen Madigan is also a favorite comic who comes to Thousand Oaks often. She'll be here also with an all-new, brand-new show on Saturday, March 18th. We're very excited about this show. We've had both Finskill and Levitt separately in the past to capacity houses, and we've got them in a very rare package where they'll both be on stage together. They're doing about 10 dates on this tour, and they're actually going to open their tour in Thousand Oaks, and the date of that concert is Wednesday, March 22nd. So we're starting to expand into family shows, and the first of those efforts is Peter Rabbit Tales, where we're going to be bringing the classic storybook alive on stage. We're very excited because we've entered into a sponsorship with Coast Hills Credit Union, and they will be purchasing copies of the Peter Rabbit book so that every child that comes to the show will leave with a copy of the storybook that they'll see on stage that day. And that will take place on Saturday, April 1st at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Because it's so close to Easter, we're also going to stage an Easter egg hunt on the front lawn of the theater just prior to the performance. So Bob Saget is also part of our comedy series here in the Scheer Forum. Most of you will know him from Full House, the Funniest Home Videos, and also How I Met Your Mother. Very popular. His performance is on April Fool's Day, so what a better way than to spend April Fool's with one of your favorite comedians. We do have the caution, though, that it is adult comedy for adults, and as he likes to say, or people with really good fake IDs. So Art Garfunkel will be joining us on Sunday, April 2nd. Of course, you'll know Art Garfunkel is part of Simon & Garfunkel. However, he's also enjoyed a very successful solo career since 1970. And this is a show where he'll be playing the songs that he's had as hits throughout his career and telling the stories behind them. And we also are welcoming really a legend in folk music, Carlo Guthrie. This will be his first performance here at the Civic Arts Plaza. Of course, most people know him for songs such as Alice's Restaurant and The City of New Orleans, and he'll be here on Sunday, April 9th. Louis Black, we like to call America's favorite angry comedian, and he'll be back on Sunday, May 7th in the Kavli Theater. And we're very excited about this show because it's a unique pairing just for Thousand Oaks. So Storm Large, many of you may know as the lead singer of Pink Martini. Pink Martini has performed here in the past. And Johnny Boyd is the lead singer of Indigo Swing. But they, besides playing in those groups, they both have started to establish very successful solo careers. And although they're friends, this is the first time they've ever paired together in the same show. So we like to call this the Diva and the Crooner, and it's going to be a great evening of swing music. And that's on Saturday, June 24th. Tickets go on sale officially on February 4th. And then we're continuing our National Geographic Live series, which is new to our schedule this year. Our next presentation will be Brian Smith on February 24th. Brian is an adventure filmmaker who goes into remote locations throughout the world and then films athletes doing extreme acts. And then we'll finish that series up on Friday, May 12th with Lindsay Addario. And we have our new brochure out, which is available in the theater lobbies. But as I always like to say, you want to be sure and keep connected with us by visiting our website, signing up for our e-newsletter, or staying in tune with us on Facebook and Twitter because we're adding shows all the time. So thank you for your time this evening, and we look forward to seeing you at the theater.
Thank you. That's an exciting schedule for our Civic Arts Plaza. Thank you, Mr. McComb. And next, we will go to public comments. Madam Clerk?
This is a time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole, and all documents for the City Council and the official record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. 4 individuals have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. And our first speaker this evening is Ms. Cheryl Marvin, followed by Linda Ong and Nick Kidwai. Good evening.
So good evening, Mayor Bill De La Pena and ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. Thank you so much for having us tonight. We are from Conejo Valley Youth Orchestra. My name is Linda Ong. I'm a child neurologist. I also serve on the board of CBYO. And Cheryl Marvin here is our executive director. We are here on behalf of our organization to thank you all so much for the grant that you have given us. We want to thank you for partnering with us for the benefit of the children and youth in Thousand Oak and the vicinity, and to help us inspire them via music. Our musicians have been working very diligently for the upcoming event, which is January 29th, this Sunday at 3 o'clock here at Fred Kavli Theater. Our concert theme is Pillars, where the children will be celebrating the pillars of music, such as Brahms and Mozart, the great American Aaron Copland, and for the contemporary and to be inclusive, Lady Gaga. So we hope that you will all be able to come and join us. We have tickets. If you would call us, we'll leave some brochures for you. And we just want to thank you for doing this grant for us, and we hope to see you and come on Sunday and have a fun afternoon with us. Now Cheryl's going to talk more about the support.
Thank you again for having us. The Conejo Valley Youth Orchestras has trained young musicians and performed in the city of Thousand Oaks for 57 years, and I know a lot of you are aware of what we do. We perform twice a year in the Kavli Theater, and we enjoy performing there very much. But our program has grown in a couple of ways I wanted to let you know. It's important to our board members and our staff that we reach out to the community with our student musicians in a meaningful way. So we've developed 2 programs to do that. The first program is the Student Ambassador Program, and we go out to perform for people who can't get into a theater to attend a concert. We also do festivals and things like this. So far this year, we've been out to a few nursing homes, retirement homes to perform. We've played for the Breakfast with Santa for the Boys and Girls Club in Moore Park. We've performed for the Thousand Oaks Street Fair. And we also had performers at St. Patrick's Episcopal, where I was lucky enough to meet the mayor, and they performed for Dinner for the Homeless. So it's a meaningful way. These kids love it. They continually say, thank you so much for giving us these opportunities to play. And it's another way to reach out to the community. It's also developing our musicians in more than just the music. It's developing future leaders for our community. So the second program that we changed this year, we have done children's concerts for many, many years, inviting young children and children with special needs to come and see musicians play. And while they were successful, they didn't reach out to as many kids as we wanted to. So this year we changed it. And the intent was to inspire young kids to pick up an instrument and know that classical music can be fun. And the way we did that was with our Halloween Carnival with the Symphony. It was held right here in the Sheriff Forum. It was a free program for the community, and we partnered with the New West Symphony. They brought their music van, and out in the lobby, we had our more advanced musicians working with young kids, showing them how to play the instruments, things like this. And then we also had, everyone was dressed for Halloween, everyone from our conductor all the way through our orchestra. And they performed classical music for the kids. The kids came down and marched to Entrance of the Gladiators. They were able to conduct the William Tell Overture. They trick-or-treated the orchestra. We had a Halloween costume parade, and there was not one seat empty in this theater. In fact, we had to turn people away. So we will continue that again this October with 2 performances. So please look for us. Come on Sunday if you can. We would love to have you come and see the Conejo Valley Youth Orchestras. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Marvin. It was wonderful to meet you indeed at the homeless dinner at St. Patrick's Episcopal Church. And it was a treat to have your young students perform at the homeless dinner for the homeless. And hopefully we will see you soon.
You will.
Thank you
for your time.
Good luck with your performance on Sunday.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Nick Kidwai, followed by Joe Salant and Joe Kyle.
I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. My name is Nick Iqbal Kidwai. I'm a resident of Newberry Park and Director of Concerned Citizens Thousand Oaks since 1992. Honorable Mayor, City Council. First of all, I'd like to ask a request again. When this theater opened up for the City Council meetings, that whole wall in the back served as a screen for documents or pictures. It was a LCD screen. I don't know how many thousands of dollars it cost, but it did not work, I guess, so went into the recycle bin, huge bin, probably broken into pieces. I don't know. But this little TV screen that you have over here is completely inadequate. One of the reasons a lot of people don't come to the meetings is because the best seat is in the house, and people have 65-inch screens at home. And the sound is a lot better. Right now, the sound has been improved, so I must give kudos to the staff, which is a challenge for this hall to have the sound be for people who are hearing impaired especially. I would like to just talk about one topic, which is having districts for City Council. And it's not only City Council, but the 3 agencies, CRPD, Park District, and the School District. Mr. Chase Rashid mentioned this independently of me, and I'm trying to round up the troops to see if we can get some support. If not, it will go by the wayside. This was originally discussed by my favorite council member, Eloise Zena, in 98, 97, and she was chastised for bringing it forward that it will divide the community, which is completely farce, because the challenge is that a council member from Westlake would not work well with the council member from Newberry Park, when by definition politicians wheel and deal. But the cost of running for council is just way too much. And money is not there. For the school district, 2 incumbents put $10,000 of their own money. And even then, one of them lost. If TOTV can show the slide, it's not a PowerPoint, it's a handprint point. That's the only reason I'm giving this is that if anybody wants to join in the fight to make our local government better, you can tweet me at CCTOaks to join, or you can email me. My easy address is nickq.www@toaks@gmail.com. I'm thinking about the council. Folks, we can do it and get the influence of special interests out. Join us. We are looking for leadership positions. It's not for me.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. Next speaker is Joe Salant, followed by final speaker Joe Kyle.
Hi, my name is Joe Salant, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, California. Recently, I left a full-time sales position about a year ago to chase my dream and to go around the country and perform music and speak at conferences on cultural issues. And though it was a dream of mine, it obviously didn't provide the amount of money that I used to make, and the finances were definitely became a lot harder. And I just want to say, first of all, Southern California is one of the most beautiful places to live on the face of the planet, but it's also one of the most expensive places to live. And if it wasn't for this town, and if it wasn't for this council and the way that you all run things, I would have been out a long time ago. I want to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation for the members of this council and the excellent leadership, guidance, servanthood that you provide to this community. I know that you deal with a lot of complaints a lot. I don't know where those are coming from. If it wasn't for you, I would probably be in Texas by now. I just wanted to say that. I also have several small business owners that are friends in this town, and you can, if you turn on the news, you hear about businesses leaving California left and right. But in this town, in Thousand, I have two specifically, one in Newbury Park, a friend of mine that's a business owner, and another one in Thousand Oaks over here on the boulevard. And they expressed to me how awesome it is for them to do business in this area. And you've provided a security, a safety area for people like us, for ordinary citizens to be able to realize the American dream in one of the nicest places on earth. And I just want to express my deepest gratitude to y'all. God bless y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Salant. We don't get to hear that very often, so thank you. All right, final speaker, Joe Kyle.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Mayor Bill De La Pena, City Council members and staff. My name is Joe Kyle. I'm a resident of Newbury Park. I'm here to ask the City Council to consider forming an ad hoc committee once again to discuss the important issues of safe access to medical cannabis within this city. Ojai is taking applications for delivery services. Port Hueneme held 2 ad hoc committee meetings and came up with an ordinance. It will be voted on the next City Council meeting. The ordinance the ad hoc committee discussed allowed for 2 storefront dispensaries, non-solvent manufacturing, and commercial cultivation. I was upset to hear last January 6th there was a planning commission meeting and public forum about cannabis. It was not publicized in any way. Fellow patients and I will be showing up to the next City Council meeting when the public forum will be held on cannabis within the City Council. Please allow for the conversation to be started so all citizens on both sides of the aisle can be heard, so we can continue to keep this city one of the safest in America. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Mr. Adam, you have a question or a statement?
Joe, can I ask you a question? Come on back up to the podium. No, this Joe, right here.
Joe Kyle.
Joe Kyle, yeah. So, Joe, you're coming down consistently to talk to us about the legalization of marijuana. I appreciate that. I'm just curious, what exactly is your personal connection to this whole issue? Are you an aspiring grower? Are you an aspiring retailer? Are you a member of NORML? Or
I'm just trying to get safe access to cannabis within this city. I'm a patient, and just, we've been working locally with the VCCA, the Ventura County Cannabis Alliance, and other organizations trying to get safe access to Ventura County and cities within Ventura County as a whole.
I see. So it's more on the medical side that you're interested in?
Right now, basically, all we're trying to address is the medical side. Recreational will not be able to be permitted until Jan 1, 2018. So basically, all we're trying to do right now is allow for personal cultivation and delivery services to get business licenses within this city, even if they're not permitted for base of operations within the city, because now the county, Port Hueneme, and Ojai all have legal bases for the cities to be legally operating in, and then now they can deliver to people within the city and not deny safe access.
Okay. All right, good. I just wanted to clear that up. Appreciate you coming down, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you to the speakers, and our new city manager, Drew Powers, will address some of the issues raised.
Thank you, Mayor Badilla-Pena. Just following up on the one final item, as the speaker mentioned, a public forum. Actually, what is at the next meeting is the required public hearing for the municipal code amendment that was taken up by the City Council late last year. So that will be the item related to marijuana and commercial marijuana activities citywide. Our activities relating to marijuana, as the City Council is aware, we're having quite a few internal discussions in the next couple of weeks with our resident in-house team, and then we'll be carrying forward an update likely on the 14th as well on that item. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. We will now move to item number 7, which is the consent calendar. Do any of my colleagues wish to pull one of the items? It's a very short consent calendar this week. None? Okay, then I'm looking for a motion by Mr. Al Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the consent calendar.
All right. Let's vote.
The motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Adam, did you wish to make a statement again? No. I'm glad I checked. All right. We now move to our public hearing, item number 8, and that is an item that we heard, I believe, in December, and we were going to revisit the solar awnings. This presentation will be done by Mark Tano, our Community Development Director, but the City Clerk will have to open the public hearing first.
Hearing, as required by law, is open to consider Agenda Item 8A regarding appeal of the Planning Commission decision regarding deletion of solar awnings and solar mansard roofs on patio covers at 2 office buildings, Residential Plan Development Permit Major Modification RPMJ 2016-70123, located at 4165 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Applicant appellant is Selvin Properties. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing. All documents for City Council and the official city record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. One individual has presented a speaker card, and pursuant to council standards, the applicant is allowed 15 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal, and the remaining speakers are allowed 5 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Good evening, Mr. Town.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, as was just mentioned, we are here to consider the appeal of a Planning Commission decision that was made last year. This was brought to the Council last year and continued to today's date. The issue involves an appeal of a Planning Commission decision that denied the installation of solar panels on awnings and on the edges of patio covers at 2 existing office buildings. This is an aerial, obviously, of the location. The boundaries noted in red here. For reference, this is these buildings abut Thousand Oaks Boulevard to the south. This is the promenade at Westlake to basically the southeast. Northgate Plaza to the west, Westlake Boulevard over here to the far left, and then, of course, Lakeview Canyon to the right. As I go through my presentation, I'll be referring to these 2 buildings. The first one we call Building A, and then very imaginatively Building B for the one to the east. This is an image of photo of the westerly building, Building A, as it currently exists today. This is an image of Building B, the one closer to Westlake High School, looking north, so Thousand Oaks Boulevard in the foreground. And then in terms of background, again, the Planning Commission considered this item last August. The Commission did approve solar panels on the roof of both buildings A and B and on top of new patio covers proposed at Building A. They, of course, approved the patio covers themselves as well. That was roughly about 3/4 of the total proposed solar panel area at the time. Again, the Commission did not approve the panels on awnings around the buildings, nor on the sides of the new patio covers. The concerns that were articulated at the time, basically 5 in scope. First one had to do with the compatibility of the proposed design with nearby buildings. There was also a concern about the building appearing very dark, given the dark nature of the solar panels and the existing dark windows on the buildings. There's also a city policy which militates against metallic materials on prominent surfaces of buildings. And then there was a concern about perhaps it having sort of an industrial appearance. And then also the details were not fully fleshed out at that time. So this is an image just to, again, reiterate what was approved and not approved by the Commission. So the green arrows denote that the panels on top of the buildings were approved. The solar awnings, as I'm referring to them, are shown with the red arrows to the light-colored building elements. Those are the awnings that were not approved by the Commission. And then this is an image showing the patio covers. So we have these areas that will, in fact, make very nice covered areas going forward. The panels were approved on the very top of those patio covers, but not on the sides, not on the, as we call it, mansard roof elements associated with those patio covers. The applicant obviously appealed the Commission decision. The basis was really twofold, that the evaluation of the panels is a subjective decision, and that you, as the City Council, have more flexibility, more latitude when it comes to interpreting city policies. You heard this item first last November, and at that time you requested additional information on the proposed design, including a mock-up and updated photo simulations. As I mentioned before, it was continued a couple times, which brings us to tonight. I should also mention, in the interim, the applicant did submit a building permit application for the roof arrays, and I'd also like to note in that context, and this was brought up by council members in the past, but there was a question as to whether additional solar panels could be, in fact, installed on the roof of the two buildings. Well, in looking at the actual building permit application compared to the schematic plans that were reviewed by the Commission and were shown to you in November, the applicant, to their credit, has added solar panels on the top of the buildings, about 30% more on the top of Building A and about 10% more on the top of Building B, to further enhance the extent of solar panels. I mentioned that the design was revised. There were several key points to quickly mention. The fascia was revised to basically cover up any substructure between the panels and the fascia. It was also revised to be similar between the patio covers and the solar awnings. Another change was that the size of the solar panels on the side of the buildings was expanded by about 20% in length, and overall we still have the same linear length, about 1,400 linear feet. And I should note that the latest photo sims and mock-up do reflect the current design. So this is the revised design, and I would like to just point out that if you look at the fascia here, this was before basically underneath the solar panel, which is here. So now the fascia has been moved from underneath to out in front of it to screen the substructure and edge of the panel. And the panel length, this length has been enlarged by about 11 inches so that it's, like I said, a little bit longer, about 20% longer. This is the mock-up that the applicant created to give the council a sense of what it would look like. Again, as you can see from this image, the fascia, that is the board, in this case, in the mock-up, it's a 2x6 board. The final material would be a metal fascia. But you can see how the new design conceals the edge of the solar panels here. It makes for a more integrated, more unified and attractive design. And that solar panel, by the way, is the panel that would be used. So that is the final size. The angle is correct. Staff has measured all of that. This is a close-up of the panel, just to give you a sense of what it looks like. Again, for most of the time, you'd be looking up at it, so this is a somewhat unique view, but I wanted to allow you to see that. And then this is a side view, just to show how there's an intervening member here that would deal with drainage in here between the panel and the fascia. The photo simulations, as I mentioned, were updated. This shows the proposed design based on the new detail. So this is right up to date. This is looking at Building A. Looking again at Building A. Building B. This is Building A with the you can see the solar awnings here, and then you can see this is the new patio cover showing the proposed solar panels on the side of it. And then this is a detail showing the new design for the fascia, a more flush design here in a more typical view looking up at the panels if you're walking around the buildings. This is the one of the new covered patio areas, looking sort of to the west. And so on to evaluation. As I mentioned before, we had basically 5 concerns. The applicant obviously has reduced the last of those. Remember, that was to refine the design. And in terms of the other more substantive issues, I think it's fair to say that staff has reduced concerns in terms of the building appearing predominantly black. And by that I mean, if we go back to the mock-up, and I think this is one of the benefits of it, you can see that based on just the reflectivity of it, not glare, but reflectivity of sky, adjacent building elements, etc., you are going to really see not so much a matte black or a jet black. You're going to see a modeling of black and really a light gray surface. So the concern that staff had previously about the buildings appearing too dark is lessened. And I think actually these photosims, in terms of the solar panels, are probably a little bit darker than they will actually appear upon installation. The other concern that has been reduced is that of an industrial appearance. I think the revised fascia design addresses that to a significant degree. You would, though, I do think, still have a significantly different appearing building as you compare it to the buildings at the Promenade at Westlake, at the Northgate Plaza, immediately to the west. And that then segues into the remaining concerns. Staff is still concerned with architectural compatibility with buildings in those nearby plazas. Obviously, the solar panels would have a somewhat metallic appearing or metallic appearance, and it would be on prominent surfaces at multiple levels on the buildings. And as you know, this is the first of its kind. What we're considering tonight is the use of solar panels as essentially an architectural feature, which has never been proposed prior to this project. I would just like to emphasize that the concerns that we've expressed about this project do not have to do with solar power per se. The city has been very active in supporting public and private projects. Rooftop installations, carports, ground-mounted arrays have been installed throughout the city, literally thousands of times. The concern here was simply based on the aesthetics associated with it and based on city policies. And then, as I mentioned before, the commission had approved the majority going in of the proposed panels. So staff is still recommending denial, but we do recognize a couple things. First of all, I'd like to thank the applicant for providing the additional information. It was a significant amount of information between the updated details, the mock-up, and the photo simulations. And I think it's fair to also point out that some of the initial concerns, as I mentioned, have been addressed, but staff still does have those two key issues, the issue of compatibility with nearby buildings and the use of metallic appearing elements on prominent surfaces in a very extensive way. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tone. Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. So you mentioned that there were some more solar panels that were able to fit on the rooftop. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the Planning Commission approved about 75% of the solar panel request. With the additional rooftop panels, where would that get us to? Maybe 80%? Or?
I don't have those numbers at my fingertips. As I mentioned, the expanded area on the rooftop of Building A was about 30% and about 10% on Building B. How that equates to the overall amount of panels, I'd have to go back and review that. Yeah. I think it's significant. I would estimate that it's probably, I'd say roughly half of the roughly 1,400 linear feet of proposed solar awnings.
Really? That much?
It's the proposed length of the solar awnings and the roof elements around the patio covers is about 1,400 linear feet. When I had looked at the rooftop arrays, I saw areas for potential expansion. That is obviously what the applicant has done. But when I looked at those areas, assuming that the final plans submitted for building permit are consistent, which they should be, I calculated that as roughly a third to a half of the proposed awning area, because it is so extensive. Even if you add panels, as the applicant has done on the rooftop, it's still, I would not calculate that to be 100% of the...
No, not 100, but it seems to be, I mean, if you get 700 feet, 50% of what the applicant's asking for on the roof, that would be a substantial increase in the solar power capacity.
I think it does significantly increase the overall electrical generation from the project. The applicant, I'm sure, will mention this, but has mentioned it previously that these solar awnings are critical to the overall cost-benefit analysis of the project.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. Yeah, and 1,400 feet, so that's about a quarter of a mile of solar panels. I don't know, I couldn't tell from the diagram how wide these panels were, but if they're, say, 3 feet wide, you're talking about 460 odd panels. If they're 4 feet wide, you're talking about 350 panels. So it's a significant amount of panels. I know there's a letter into the Acorn, somebody advocating for the applicant, which is fine, and they said, you know, he should be able to put up several panels, but we're not really talking about several panels here. We're talking in the hundreds, are we not?
Correct. The panels are 5 feet 5 inches long,
right,
and 3 feet 3 inches wide.
Okay, 3 feet wide. So
divided by 3, or
well, if they're 3 feet wide, and you want 1,400 feet, you're looking at 450, 460 panels. So it's a substantial amount of panels that we're talking about here. And based on the report, I mean, at the Promenade, at the North Ranch Mall, at the North Gate, I mean, there's nothing like this anywhere around.
That's correct.
This would be a first. And the other thing, the way the mock-up was presented with the panel sitting in its wooden cradle, so to speak, with that wooden fascia in the front, in actuality, that would not be wooden. That fascia would be metal, correct?
Correct. The mock-up was intended simply to demonstrate the general exterior appearance. Those materials are not the final materials.
Okay. So really we'd be getting more metal. The fascia would be all metal, which is listed, you know, in the architectural design review. We want to try to eliminate metallic features from the sides of buildings.
Correct, but that would be painted. The fascia, although metal, it would be painted. It would not be a raw metal finish.
So it wouldn't look metallic because it would be painted?
No.
I see. Okay. Okay. Well, just for the record, as Mr. Town said, Thousand Oaks is generally very supportive of solar. I mean, you don't even need a permit to put solar in if you want to put it on your roof. Our Hill Canyon treatment plant is run by solar. We have carports all over town. Dole Packaged Foods has solar on carports. So solar is encouraged in the city of Thousand Oaks, but I think as Mr. Town mentioned, and I agree with his assessment, we've moved from a solar project here to an architectural feature project on the side of a building, and that's a completely different animal. So it's caused me, pause to look at this thing a little bit differently. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from fellow council members, unless you forgot to push the button. Anyone? Okay, Mr. Fox.
Thank you. On page 12 of the handout, it talks about remaining concerns. If we were to approve this either in whole or in part, what precedent-setting language could we put in that would, if we end up not liking what is approved, can we put in so we don't run into this situation down the road?
What I would suggest, if the council wanted to move in direction of approval, would be to craft findings that reflect the unique characteristics of that particular location. And just a few that I'd like to mention. The solar panels themselves and the mansard roof elements would be about 18 to 22 feet above the grade of the public sidewalk. So they would be elevated. So you wouldn't be looking at them obviously at eye level. They'd be significantly elevated. And that's to the bottom of the nearest awnings. The building, the setback between the curb face and the edge of the solar awnings, the first row, because remember we have three in several locations, that varies between 40 and 80 feet. So there is a significant setback of these awnings from the street. And then just another fact that is woven into the first facts that I mentioned is that the pads for the buildings are about 8 to 10 feet above the sidewalks. So that's elevated. So those are somewhat site-specific characteristics that you could consider.
Let me just follow up on some of those things, Mr. Town. You did mention the setback and the elevation. Also, there's some mature trees that act as some screening as well. From an architectural design standpoint, if we proposed approving just the upper tier, which would be even a greater setback, what would that do with respect to the architectural design? Would that make it look unbalanced? In other words, would staff prefer that we approve this in its entirety? And my thought process is, and I'm just kind of thinking out of the box, I hate to use that term, is if we approve the upper elevation, that really takes it away from the line of sight, and you'd really have to be looking at the top of the building. And the reason I am thinking along those terms is what you said at the outset of the hearing. This is a subjective decision, and even with the renderings, and I appreciate Mr. Sullivan's mock-up again, I think it addressed some of the concerns that we had at the last hearing, but not all of them. And I think there's a legitimate concern that if we were moved to approve this and it ends up not looking good, well, we've made a mistake. And I recognize that Mr. Sullivan's not going to do anything that he thinks looks bad on his building, but it is in the eye of the beholder. So what I'm thinking about is if we were to approve it in part, only the upper level, that mitigates at least some of the concern of the view of the building, so to speak, and then if we find that it's not that bad, he can come in and do a minor mod. We're not looking to run him through the whole process again, but I think we'd be inclined to approve the lower level. But I'm just curious what staff's perspective is on that approach.
I would think that it's, first of all, the uppermost tier is clearly the least visible. So
exactly.
I mean, that's a sound basis. I think, however, that even though it is further set back, it is less visible, I would look at the solar awnings as all or nothing.
Okay.
On the building. One area you could potentially approve in part would be the solar awnings around the patio covers only, or on the building only, and not on the patio covers. I would make that distinction if you wanted to go for approval in part.
Okay, if we were to do, I just want to pick up on what Mr. Adam talked about. If we were to do the patio only, and just for councils, I'm not advocating for any of this. I'm just trying to get some better clarity to give us a little more flexibility. If we were to do patio only, what does that do to in terms of the percentage of solar coverage along the lines Mr. Adam was talking about?
I would need just a moment to figure that out.
Okay, could you get back to us on that? Because if we can get close to maximum, obviously if there's some way that we're close to 100%, that might meet the applicant's interest. The other thing is,
Mr. Fox, would you like to hold that thought simply because the applicant or appellant still has to present his case?
Yeah.
And perhaps he can weigh in on some of the issues or topics, questions that you raised.
Yeah, I just want to get it out there so he'll address it.
Okay. All right.
I think I'm good for now.
Okay. We do have a quick question from Mr. Al Adam, followed by Jill Price.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand the piecemeal approach, whether the awnings at the very top, or maybe we could put some awnings on the patio covers. But again, what you said from the beginning, the 700 feet, which is half what the applicant wants to be able to put on the roof, seems to me that would more than cover that top layer or any partial design that we could come up with, wouldn't it?
Well, again, I would say that the additional rooftop solar does not replace the proposed solar awnings and solar around the patio covers. It is a significant addition. It is not a one-for-one trade. In response to Councilmember Fox's comment, I was looking at it purely from an aesthetic standpoint in terms of this potential division between the patio covers and the on-building awnings. That, I think, is something that be interesting to hear from the applicant, of course, but just from an aesthetic/design standpoint, that's something that could work.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Town, have you looked into, and I'm concerned about the reflective properties of these solar panels. I know that, when I used to go to work in the valley, I would drive by a building on the corner of Topham and Tampa, and while they weren't solar panels, it was dark tinted glass, and it was literally blinding. And even though the angle of that glass was a little bit different than these would be, I happened to visit the site today where they had the mock-up, and it was being moved as I arrived, and they moved it out in front of the building. And as I stood there, I was going to take a picture, and when I went to take my picture, I was literally blinded by the sun coming off of that panel. And one of the fellows that worked there came up to me and said, what's the matter? I said, well, blinded by it. So he said, well, let me move it for you. So I had him stand there, and he recognized that there was an issue with that. So with them being up higher off of the street than they were when I saw it today, although it was significantly elevated beyond the photograph that you have in your display there, your PowerPoint. Is that still going to be an issue for people driving by, people walking by?
I don't think so, and I say that because of the height that I mentioned before, above sidewalk, the first row being 18 to 22 feet above. Also, the applicant did do a glare study early on. That was actually part of the package that went to the Planning Commission, and we did feel at that time, and we did tell the Planning Commission that, in fact, we did not expect glare based on that engineering analysis, just based on the proposed angle, the height above the street.
And that takes into consideration the different times of year where the sun is at different
yes.
Elevations in the sky and all that.
Yes,
okay.
It did.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Selvin, you have 15 minutes to make your case. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council people. I have a little bit of a sore throat, so you'll have to excuse me if I sound a little raspy. Two things. One, I think Mark has stolen some of my thunder by showing the slides that we have presented. We are going to try to make this short and sweet, not get into a lot of details, which of course we presented when we were here the last time. I'm going to address Mr. Price's question about reflection. This was brought up, and we had an engineer check it, and the reflection of light against the glass windows were 10 times more than the reflection to the public on a angled panel. So there was really a maximum improvement regarding reflection of light, which we did furnish to the staff the first time around. So we did address, and we've tried to address all of them, all of the issues. Obviously, I'm here to ask for approval for the use of solar panels on awnings. We did, at the request of Andy Fox, we did make a mock-up and had it over at the hotel. We did two things purposely. One, the panel itself will be, the bottom of that element is going to be 10 feet high. We only made the mock-up so it was like 5.5 feet high, so you could really look at the panel, see the panel, and get a feel for what's there. Again, that is going to be, on the first level, is going to be 10 feet, 1 inch height to the bottom. So you're not going to see an awful lot. Number two, we were talking about elevation, the property itself sits up on a little knoll, so to speak, and is, in my estimation, 30, 40 feet raised from the street level. So you've got probably 30 feet to our ground level. You've got another 10 feet to the bottom of the first solar panel. Each level goes up to another 12 feet. So you've got 10, 12, and 12, and we're talking to the bottom of the panels. I want to address a question that Mr. Adams brought up, and that was the fascia that we put on there is metal, but it's going to be painted the same color as the building, and it will not have a metallic look at all, period. Bob, can we get the power? Oh, it's up there. Wait a minute, I need you to, you will? We read the buttons. All right, number one, what you're seeing here is what is there right now and over a large part of the building itself. They are canvas awnings, and the canvas awning comes down virtually the identical shape and form that we are going to be using with the solar panels. The only difference is we're going to put a fascia on the front of it, which will give it a smarter finished look. If you notice, those awnings cover walkways, and those walkways are 6 foot in width. Our panels, we could have gone all 6 foot, but our panels are only 5 because we thought it was too black. We didn't want it too black. We want a nice match of beige, white, and the black, making it smart, making it nice. So we opted to go with a smaller panel, and it's only 5 foot, I think 3 or 4 inches. So those walkways will be covered in the rain and because they will be waterproof, sealed between the edges, between panel to panel to panel. We are trying to make a green building. We are putting in probably $500,000 just in the solar project. We have already put about $500,000 into upgrading the air conditioning system, which was very old, very expensive to run, and we want to make a green building and conform to today's society. We have also installed approximately 1,000 LED lights in this project. We put in waterless urinals. We are trying everything to make these projects economically, aesthetically positive. The awnings are an essential part of the project. We have already had approval for the roof and the patio covers. But the patio covers are so expensive to put in, it's incredible. So to offset the cost, we need the awnings because it's a much lesser cost to help amortize the project, because very frankly, you don't see commercial buildings with solar. There are a few on a roof or two, but you don't see them around. This is not something that's being done. I am biting the bullet. I'm trying to make these things cost efficient. And frankly, if we have the roof and the patio and the awnings, it's only going to cover about 50% of our energy needs. 50%. If we're lucky, maybe we'll get a lot of sunshine, it'll get us up to 55%. But we're way short of anything that is going to cover our needs. So we're looking to maximize what we can do there. Obviously, we want something aesthetically pleasing. And truthfully, I've got more to lose than anybody else because I'm putting in about $500,000 in the project. And if it doesn't look good, they're going to move out. I'm going to have an empty building. We've gone to numerous architects, and they've all confirmed it's positive, it looks great, but you know what the problem is? We went to planning, and they look at their list, and they say, it's not on our list. We agree. This is a new century, and there are other materials, products, and we unfortunately are one of the first, but I think they're drop-dead gorgeous. The color of the panels, those of you that had a chance to see them, are not jet black. They're sort of a gray color, and it's soft, it's easy, and it does not look metallic. All right, next slide, please. While they're trying to find the right button, the city signage came to me. It seems that Troop Realty sold out to Century 21. And your signage department from the city came to me and said, you know what? You've got 2-3 different colors on your building. And they're talking about signage. Can we consolidate and make it, guess what? Black is what they recommended. We agreed. The sign in the front has already been approved. I've already authorized the sign company to change the copy there and make those signs black. We will get the rest of them, but through the building, we have the light browns, the dark browns, the black, all in signage in the building, and we want conformity. And I think if we put in the black awnings and the patio, I think it'll all conform and be a very smart, sharp-looking building. Okay, there's the first. That building is from the side view. It's by Westlake High School. We have 2 shots, one before and after. That's the after. The second slide, next slide, Bob. That's the front of that same building, just turned around the other side, and that's the before and after. And you can see it makes very little difference. It adds to it, and it's not a major thing. I think it's going to add. It's like somebody dressing up with a white suit or a black suit and adding accessories that are contrasting in the opposite color with the white and the black. Today, most of the decorators go with the white and the black. It's been the in color for the last few years, and it's very mod, very contemporary, and I think it's a very positive thing. The side of the building, the other side of the building, is what you see there, and you notice some of the signage by the horse there, and that is what we're being asked to change. Not being asked, we volunteered the change. Quote, they came and said, I know you're grandfathered in, but would you be kind enough? And I said, of course. We want to improve the building, and thank you for pointing it out to us. And I think it'll match what we're doing with the awnings. We have considered carports, but you want to know something? It's 3-4 times the cost. It ruins our landscaping totally because you can't have trees, you can't have landscaping in carports. They just don't fit together. You don't get any, anyway, it just doesn't work. I was at the hotel, a little side note, I was at the hotel yesterday evening, and I looked up and checked the panels, and they were filthy. They were filthy. Why? Because we've had storms and the wind, and we are actually doing some remodeling at the hotel, and that panel was filthy. And I looked at it and I said, wow, that's terrible. And then all of a sudden I thought about it. I said, you know what? That's the most positive thing I've ever seen. Why? I have allergies. You take those panels, awnings that we have in place right now, Half of them have been torn off because of storms and wear, but half of them are still up on the building. But those canvas awnings retain all that, quote, dirt, whatever. Solar panels, in order to be efficient, have to be washed and cleaned every 2 to 3 months. And guess what? I looked at those dirty panels and I said, oh, I'm so thankful I'm not going to be around all that dirt. And well, that was just a side note. It's not going to help sway anything, but I just couldn't help throw that in. Regarding colors and textures as such, Bob, would you flip over to the... Oh, that's a shot of from the Caruso side of the street, the one we just had there. And I would say 80% of the property is hidden by trees, foliage, and you just can't see it from the street. Okay, lastly, moving on. That's what the patio is going to look like. Now, Gold Gym, is that an awning? And is that approved material? Oh, come on. Move forward. There is the new Bentley dealer. They sell the Rolls Royce and the Bentley. And guess what? They have a metal roof. And right next to it is a drop-dead gorgeous Ford agency, which I think they've done an incredible job. But it's all brushed aluminum, not on the approved list. So what I'm really trying to say is we have approved a lot of these projects. This is the first time for solar, but a lot of these projects are not on the approved list, and they've been done, and I'm very thankful they have, because they are very pretty and they're very good. I would recommend, I would like you to recommend that we have approval on the awnings. The awnings are probably about 25% of the project. The patios are probably about 25, and with the increase on the roof, that's going to be about 50. We need every single bit to cover 50, maybe 60% of the energy usage of the building.
Thank you, Mr. Selvin. Your time is up, and we will now go to the additional speakers. You will have a chance to come back for a 5-minute rebuttal. The next speaker is a question from Councilmember Fox. Mr. Selvin?
Actually, Mark, if you could bring up the photos of Building A and Building B. Mr. Selvin just showed in his presentation Building A with the trees. And we'll actually wait a moment because I want a comparison of the two from the street level from Thousand Oaks Boulevard to Westlake. Okay, that's Building A, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now show us Building B. Okay, that's Building B. Mr. Selvin, would you say it's fair to say that Building B has less landscape coverage than Building A?
It's a smaller building. Yes, I would guess so.
All right.
I've never measured it, but it's a much smaller building, yes.
Right. Would you be amenable to doing this project in phases?
Truthfully, it's economic. It's like saying, would you paint a quarter of the wall and we'll see what it looks like?
Respectfully, they're separate buildings, and they're really not next to each other.
Let's put it this way, it's like patchwork, but truthfully, yes, anything could be done, but economically it raises the cost of the installation.
Right.
Because these panels are all specially ordered.
Right.
We've upgraded to a black panel, we've upgraded to black frames, and they all have to be specially ordered. And you bring in a shipment of them, otherwise the cost, if you are just doing a little bit, the cost is going to go way up.
Would you not do the project if you could only do one building at a time?
Probably not.
Okay.
We would probably do the roof, but that would be probably it.
All right.
We'd have to analyze it very carefully because as a commercial office building, you look for a return on investment. And when you put this much money into it and you say, gee, I'm going to have to wait 10 or 15 years for a return, it just does not make sense. So we look for, that's why most commercial buildings don't have solar, period. It is expensive.
Right. Well, I appreciate the dialogue. It appears it's kind of an all or nothing proposition, at least coming from your part. Now, in fairness, I asked Mr. Town if we were to do just the top tier and not the bottom tier, would that have an architectural kind of imbalance? And, Mr. Town said, yes, it would. So he actually gave an answer in your favor. So this isn't really, this is not an exercise in trying to nitpick you. But I'm just speaking for myself. I'm always a little hesitant when it's subjective decision, and I'm not able to really square in my mind how this is really going to turn out. And based on the comments of at least some of the council members, I'm not sure that I'm not the only one that thinks that. And so what I'm thinking of is allowing the panels in their entirety for Building A, which I think a reasonable person would look at and say that even if it turns out to not be what we thought it would be, it's substantially screened. And so the impact, the visual, the architectural impact is greatly mitigated because of the landscaping and the setback and all those other issues. The same can't be said for Building B. If it turns out that, at least in council's view, we made a mistake, it's going to be there forever. And it is, Building B is really on the corner of Westlake Boulevard. So as people sit on that street, on that light, ready to make a left turn every night, they're going to look at that building. It's a prominent building. And so there's a much higher risk. So I'm just sharing with you at least my thoughts on the value of phasing it. It's hedging our bet, and there's no question about it. If we approve Building A and it turns out to look great, you're going to fly right through and you can do Building B. If it turns out that we look at it and it's not what we thought, you get half the project. Now, if you're telling me you would prefer no project, and maybe you want to think about it, I understand that. But I'm just being right up front with you. That's at least my perspective right now. I'm not saying I'm not, couldn't be swayed by other conversation of the council, but I'm leaning that way right now.
All right, in rebuttal, if I may.
Of course.
If I'm standing here and saying, I'm putting up $500,000, I'm betting that I'm going to back up just a minute. We had a recession, and up and down the boulevard, there was 15 to 20% vacancy all over. We were full through the entire recessionary period. Why? We bring down our rents, we keep our properties up, we have lots of artwork. Oh, by the way, at the hotel, I have just received, I was talking to Mr. Mark Town a couple days ago, and he said, Harry, I saw a horse going down Hillcrest Boulevard that had to be yours. I'm the only nut who does that. I bought a $25,000, it's like a bronze, except it's nickel-plated, that's going into this property. I do those things. I do them for aesthetics. I do them, and we keep tenants. And all through the history of my being here in Thousand Oaks, which is 20-some-odd years, 25 years, my track record is it works. Put your money where your mouth is, and this is what I try to do.
Right.
I think it's drop dead gorgeous. We've gone to architects to get their opinions, feeling that maybe we're not alone, and it's all been positive.
Okay, and respectfully, I don't think anybody's questioning your perspective that this is a major improvement to the building. Again, I would ask, before we have deliberation, And if you want to take some time, I understand, because it's a big ticket.
I don't think we could do part.
Okay, so it's either all or nothing.
On the awnings, yes.
All right, fair enough. That's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Price.
One quick question, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
In a discussion I had with Mr. Town the other day, we were talking about the hillside behind your property there. Do you own any portion of that hillside beyond your parking lot?
And that has done anything in the parking lot?
Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's beyond the parking lot. There's a bit of a hill, an upslope there behind your parking lot, behind the buildings?
We don't have much property there at all. Number two, we've looked at it, but the buildings are 2 and 3 stories tall. And whatever we put in there against the hill is blocked by the buildings, and they would be in the shade most of the time. Okay. Yes, we did look at it. As we go up a little further on the hill, that doesn't belong to us. It's Parks and Rec, and we've never approached them, but we were always told, no, they don't even talk to them. They won't even consider
Right,
it.
yeah, no, I would imagine that would be their response. But, you know, I have seen successful applications of solar arrays that have been on hillsides. I understand that the sun may be, although I guess it would be late in the day sun. But if you were to elevate those, that would mitigate that as well. So I was wondering, it looks like that's a substantial stretch back there.
Yeah, it would be in the shade most of the time, hidden from the sunlight, which is going to generate your energy.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of solar.
We did look at it very carefully, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nick Kidwai, followed by Chuck Cohen.
Hi, Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, Director Concerned Citizens Thousand Oaks. If TOTV can show this, I mean, it is so appropriate. I don't mean to cast dispersion on the council, but the times that we live in, it's really true. Since I have limited vocabulary, I will start by saying this is a drop-dead project, drop-dead gorgeous project. I think my English has improved by saying that. Yes, Council, you do not see this at the promenade. You are busy fighting for a parking spot as Caruso, the developer, was given a sweetheart deal. We cannot see the panels at the Newbury Park Library, thanks to this council who blew a great environmental opportunity. Yes, the dead digital auto mall sign would have added to the beauty of the scenic highway. Yes, we can approve the giant Lexus building with a rubber stamp approval at the counter. Just like right now we have the Jag Land Rover building demoed. You can see it. And we have to trust that the staff will do a drop-dead gorgeous job with the building that is going to come up. I trust them, I guess. I'm naive. Issue was that this is the first not approved it's not on the approved list. That's the problem. Council says we do not require permits for solar. Well, cities across the state were so bad about this that the state took away that responsibility. So don't brag about that. That's what the state has done correctly. And I sold solar, and I lost many deals because of the cities. Mr. Sullivan has over $500,000 invested in this wonderful environmental masterpiece. Have you ever looked and inventoried how many LEED approved buildings you have in the city? We brag about being environmentally conscious. I think we have none. Maybe I'm wrong, but at least you don't brag about it. There should be a list. This project is just a right step in the direction tonight. And approving piecemeal is what is wrong with government. Approving piecemeal is what is wrong. That's why Trump got in. Mr. Trump has said that he's going to roll back 75% of the regulations. I'm afraid that may be going too much. But it's because of these actions that we have the government that we have. Mr. Selvin is a visionary, a man of action, and he put his money in his mouth, and it should be recognized for the great businessman that he is, not be put through a ringer like this council has done. Thank you for smiling, Mayor. Have a wonderful evening. Please approve this project as is. Please have mercy on this country and this city, and stop bickering and stop micromanaging, and let the gentleman run his business. He has a track record which you don't have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. Final speaker before the rebuttal by Mr. Selvin is Chuck Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. I happen to be a tenant of Mr. Selvin in this building, and all I really want to put across is that as a tenant, I have no disagreement with what Mr. Selvin is looking to do. As a businessman, I would expect that both he and I will be in Pierce Brothers about 20 years before he ever gets any money out of this deal. So the crossover point on this is quite amazing to me. But I peer out my window from time to time, and I see Harry out there directing his staff to improve the pond and improve rocks and do all. He's quite an amazing guy. So if it's of any help to you to know, I've heard none of the other tenants have any disparaging comments, and of course we'd be happy however this comes out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Selvin, you have 5 minutes to rebut, if you wish.
Mr. Kidwai, thank you. That was very unexpected.
Mr. Selvin, the city attorney just advised me that we should go back to staff for questions and to address any concerns or issues that were raised by the public speakers, and then we will go to you. So,
I really haven't got too much to add except to underscore one thing.
Yes. Mr. Selvin, why don't you have another seat for just a couple of minutes, and then we will go back to you. I will have to ask staff to address some of these concerns that were raised by,
Thank you.
Well, we only had 2 speakers. Anyhow, Mr. Town.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few quick responses. First of all, in response to Councilmember Fox's question, the solar panels around the patio covers comprise approximately 32% of the total awning area. So the on-building awnings are about 60-odd%. So it's about a third of the proposed awnings that we are discussing tonight are just around the edges of those patio covers. Secondly, the applicant showed some images, one of the Jan's Marketplace, not really relevant. It's an internal focused architectural element, not an awning. The auto mall was brought up. That is in a different zone. What we're talking about tonight is commercial and highway arterial zone. That is a special auto mall zone. And we have allowed, clearly, brushed aluminum in limited cases at the Ford dealership, at other dealerships, at the Rolls-Royce dealership, but not to the extent that we are talking about tonight. This is a very significant application. More than an accent, it's really part of the building's proposed architecture, and in some areas you're looking at 3 levels tall of these solar strips. And I think that is really it for now. Oh, I'm sorry. Just one more comment. It's been brought up that staff had concerns about this because it wasn't on a list, or somehow we were biased against it. That's not the case at all. The city has long supported solar power, but the city has also been guided in its physical development, its architectural design by a set of guidelines that staff has applied to buildings throughout the city for decades, literally. And we are simply applying the same standards to this proposed project. It is important because it is the first of its kind. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but we did compare it to long-held and long-established architectural policies to come to our conclusion.
That is very elegantly put. Thank you, Mr. Town. Mr. Price.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Town, you said that the total for the awnings represented about 32%?
The solar awnings around the patio covers is about 32% of the total. Remember the 1,400
Just around
linear feet?
Okay, so it's 32% of that 1,400?
Correct. So the linear distance of panels around the patio covers is about 450 linear feet. And the total linear feet is about 1,420, so
okay.
It's about a third.
I guess my question would go to, so by adding additional panels on the roof of each of the two buildings, A and B, is this proposed project now larger in terms of its capacity to produce? Is it adding panels over what was previously approved or requested?
No additional panels are being requested from the council tonight. Additional panels were installed, or I shouldn't say installed, they're still in plan check. They were proposed on the top of the buildings.
And so the total capacity for production previously, before the additional 30% was added to those the rooftops,
right,
was 30% less. Right? Are we adding additional panels, therefore making up for?
Well, clearly you would have additional capacity with the awnings. The exact comparison, I would say it's more in the realm of, again, 25% has not, the total, the entire project, 25% is before you tonight. 75% has already been approved.
Okay, but Mr. Sullivan has added to that 75% of the project by putting additional panels up there, or at least is
correct. So probably what's before you tonight with the added panels on the roof is probably in the vicinity of 20% of the total project.
Okay, thank you.
It's decreased slightly.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fox.
Mr. Town, did Mr. Sullivan might have mentioned this, but has the panels in their entirety already been purchased?
I would have to leave that to the applicant and their rebuttal.
All right, I think we covered that, but Mr. Sullivan, did you already buy all the panels? You can come back up if you'd like.
Yes.
Did I hear you say you already purchased all the panels?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything.
Did I hear you say the panels have already been purchased? It's just now a question of where you're going to install them?
Well, let's put it this way. There's a very healthy deposit, yes.
All right.
Major league.
Excuse me?
And they should be in the warehouse at this time.
Okay. So if you were to construct it in phases, I'm not quite sure. What's the downside of that?
My downside?
Yeah.
I would lose tenants. I would, for example, let's say tomorrow, and I'm not a buyer and seller or swap properties, but at a given point I want to sell, and if it looks bad and I have an empty building, guess what? I'm the one who's going to...
No, I'm talking, and let me rephrase that. If you just do building A first, and when you really look at it, you have those other panels, you already purchased them. It's really just an installation issue in terms of phasing, or is it not? I understand you want to do the whole project.
Yes.
If you already purchased them all, if we were to turn you down, you'd have a bunch of panels on your hands, and you'd probably have to sell them.
Let's put it this way. I would take those panels and I would use them two other properties which we are going to be using, but it's an upgraded panel that I would not necessarily need on those other projects
Right.
because they're roof projects, not awnings.
Okay.
And consequently, my cost would raise considerably. So yes, I have a safety valve there, but it's expensive.
Right. Okay. But the panels have been purchased. It's really a question of where you put them and how fast they go up. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we're ready to go.
I got it.
We want to go.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
Mr. Selvin, why don't you remain at the podium at the microphone? You have your 5 minutes rebuttal.
The only rebuttal I have is my track record and the positive things that we do on the properties. We do them to make them aesthetically pleasing. We put in artwork. I just bought a $25,000 horse. It's 12 feet high, nickel plated, that's going to go into the interior of the property. We do these things very carefully with design, and we do them to increase the property value and keep our tenants and make it a very viable project. Aesthetically, we feel this is yes, yes, yes. And consequently, I am ready to put up my money and go ahead with the project. We don't need, quote, waterless urinals, which is sort of weird to throw it in the same breath as awnings, but we look to help the environment. We look to do these projects because they are positive. And one of the things that I would recommend is that maybe we take another look at what's on the given list that the planning department must abide by, because yes, the Auto Mall is across the way, but come on, that's Westlake and that's Thousand Oaks. Who knows the difference that there's a metallic Ford agency that's got brushed aluminum, and on the side of the building is a dark gray band, I don't know, 6 feet wide, that runs all the way around the building. You know, truthfully, I love it. I think the design, the carrying out of the project was wonderful. I hope that the others do the same, because it really upgrades the community, and I'm trying to do the same. And frankly, that's my rebuttal. So if there's a question or anything.
And there is a question from Councilmember Adam. No? Okay, I do have a question for you, Mr. Selvin. The question is, as it stands here tonight, as you stand here tonight, as we look at the project, 80% of your application basically has been approved. 75% technically, but you added more solar panels onto the roof, I believe. So you have 80% of what you initially wanted. We're now looking at the remaining 25%, correct?
It's not a absolute yes. I've got to define that, if I may. Without the cost of the awnings, which is the lowest cost for installation and setting up, offsets the majorly cost of the patios. The patios are there for, one, efficiency of energy, but also on each rooftop, we have 5,000 feet of patio space, which we would love to have our clients, our customers, go out and take their iPads and sit in the sunshine and do a little outside work. We need a little bit of that. We're putting greenery in there. We're putting stuff on those patios. That is necessary available only if we get the awnings, because the cost of structurally building those are just out of sight.
At the same time, Mr. Selvin, did I hear you correctly when you listened to Mr. Fox's proposal of doing only one building, not the other building? You would not be willing to entertain that proposal. You'd rather drop everything altogether, meaning you're going to be losing your entire purchase of solar panels.
Well, I think we would all be losing. One. Two, we would do the roofs, but whether we ever did the patios, we would have to take a real hard look at it because the cost is so prohibitive that we really needed to average out with the awnings in order to make it feasible.
Okay, so you would move forward with the roofs, but nothing else.
And each one of those are about 25% of the project. So in just doing the roof, we would probably be doing about 50%. I don't have exact figures, but that's relatively close.
Okay. All right. I still see Mr. Adam there, and I see Mr. Rob McCoy. Mr. McCoy, do you have a question? Okay. All right. Then if there are no further questions of staff or Mr. Selvin, I will close the public hearing and open it up for a discussion and or motion among council. Thank you, Mr. Selvin. Mr. Adam.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Harry, I want to applaud your participation in our community. I want to applaud your track record as a building owner and a landlord. I've been to those two buildings, as you know. You and I toured them. They're beautiful pieces of architecture. And I know the 250,000 square feet of property you own in this town is always kept immaculately. I want to applaud the fact that you want to go green and protect the environment. I think that's very important, and I appreciate that you want to do that. I got to say, though, Harry, the Planning Commission agreed to 75% of the panels that you wanted. Tonight we heard Mr. Town say that of the 1,400 feet that you'd want to put around the side of the building, 700 feet of that could be put on the roof, which by my calculations, that bumps you up to about 85% of the solar panels that you want. I think that's a pretty good compromise. But it's my turn, Harry.
Let me ask you a question.
Mr. Selvin, I'm sorry, the public hearing is closed. We'll have to reopen it. Would you please? We will, if needed, we will call upon you to respond to Mr. Adams' statements. Not now. Not now. Not now.
Right.
Sorry, I have to follow
So
protocol.
by my calculations, Harry, up to about 85% of the panels that you want, which I think is a good compromise. Well, those are my calculations anyway. I may be out by 1% or 2%, but I don't think very much.
50% energy.
I think the problem we have, Mr. Adam, is that you're addressing him directly, so he feels that he needs to respond. Is there a way that you can speak generally without really enticing him to
Well, I
come to
am
the podium?
addressing him directly, and I'm being complimentary of his track record and his stewardship of his properties, and now I'm going on to talk a little bit about the issue, and I'm pointing out the fact that after all is said and done, about 85% of the solar panels that the applicant wants can be done within the guidelines that we offer. We presented a compromise, but the applicant does not want a compromise. He stated flat out, it's pretty much all or nothing, and Mr. Town agrees with that, and I think that's the case here. It is all or nothing. We've talked about phases, no go. We've talked about putting awnings up at the top, no go. We've talked about putting awnings in the patio covers, no go. I personally wouldn't want to do any of that, to be honest with you, but it was offered. It was offered, so, you know, we're reasonable. But it's an all or nothing proposition, and this may work for your buildings. Maybe it will. It's hard to say. But I want, you know, I think it's precedent setting. Is it going to work for other buildings here in town? I honestly don't know. I don't think it will, personally. We've already gotten a letter from the Promenade, one of your more prominent neighbors across the street, asking that we not agree with this project because they don't think it's compatible. And I have to tell you, I don't think it's compatible either. I think it's precedent setting. I don't think it's compatible with your neighbors. And I do think it goes against our architectural guidelines, as much as I regret to have to say that to you. And I just feel that It's a substantial departure from our current building designs, which you're asking us to do. We've offered you some compromises. You have not wanted to take them. So regrettably, Mr. Selvin, I at this point would have to move that we deny your application for these solar panel awnings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adam. Mr. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me just kind of, I'm going to offer an amendment or an alternative motion, but let me just make some introductory comments. I think we need to look at certainly what Mr. Selvin has done correctly here. That's really indisputable. Number one, he's offering a green building solar project, which we encourage here in Thousand Oaks. Number two, that is something that is not necessarily widespread, certainly for commercial buildings. So I think he gets credit for trying to do what we are encouraging folks to do, certainly in the residential end and even the commercial end and parking structures in some other areas. I don't think there's any question Mr. Selvin has a track record in this community of being a quality property owner. And some of the figures that he cited, while not necessarily germane to the agenda item tonight, he does own several properties in town, and there is no question his properties are maintained at a very high quality, consistent with our community standards. So those things I think are really indisputable. I think council is struggling with really despite your efforts, unclear outcome if we were to approve this in its entirety. So I'm going to amend the motion, if that's appropriate, Madam Parliamentarian. Okay, my amendment would be either, I don't know, I'm not quite sure how you want me to frame this. I'd like to amend the motion to approve the application in part. I understand what Mr. Selvin said relative to it's all or nothing. That's his decision. I think if we have Mr. Town, if you could put the picture back up of Building A and Building B. That's Building B, and I'm proposing that we deny the application for Building B at this time. Please put up Building A.
So just for clarity's sake, Councilmember Fox, Mayor Pro Tem Fox is making a motion to amend Councilmember Adams' motion. So your vote is strictly to amend the motion. It's not towards the merits of the project. It's just whether or not you as a council members would like to consider the amendment itself.
I'm just telling you where I'm going here.
That's it.
So, right.
But you can have discussion on that before you vote on that motion to amend. But the decision on that motion to amend does not constitute a decision on the project itself.
Right. So if you could put up Building A, Mr. Town. Particularly the front shot. Okay. My rationale here is I think any reasonable person looking at this would say that even if the awnings are exactly as Mr. Adam had pointed out, they just aren't consistent. The impact to the view shed, to the passing buyer, to the drivers is mitigated significantly. You can barely see the building. So I think even if we make a mistake here, it's not a large mistake. And we get all the benefits of a solar commercial building. And Mr. Selvin moves forward. If, on the other hand, Mr. Selvin's correct and our indecision here or phasing the project goes through, then we have an actual building to look at. We can actually see what the impacts are. And if we determine that it is precisely as Mr. Selvin has asserted here this evening, we simply fast track Building B and we move forward, and that is a very short hearing. Absent that, I'm inclined to support Mr. Adam's motion. I have a problem. I'm not clear that if we approve the entire project in its entirety and it turns out not to be good, I think that building B on the corner of Westlake and Thousand Oaks Boulevard could be very problematic. I think it could be precedent setting. I think it could be a lot of things. And again, that's really up to Mr. Selvin to move forward whether he wants to or not. And so I offer that as kind of a compromise motion if council is of the mind that they're really not sure how this is going to look and we kind of want to do this in pieces.
Mr. Fox, we do have the amendment on the floor, but now we will go to Mr. McCoy, who would like to say something as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was hoping for some dialogue on this issue before we went to a motion. I'm not in favor of Councilmember Adams' motion, nor am I in favor of Councilmember Fox's motion. I would ask that you would withdraw your motion so that we could have dialogue and then move forward.
I'm okay with that too. I was not ready for a motion myself, but I wanted to.
Okay, Mr. Adam, would you like to remove the motion or keep it as is? That is Mr. McCoy's request.
You're withdrawing your amendment?
I'll draw the amendment for purposes of discussion. I wasn't quite prepared.
Just because there's a motion on the floor doesn't mean we can't discuss it.
Well, if there's a motion to amend the motion, then that's all you can discuss. So if he withdraws it, then now you all can discuss the merits of your motion and the project in its entirety.
He's withdrawing his motion to amend, so let's discuss the merits of my motion.
Yes.
Mr. McCoy is. Mr. McCoy,
my request was that you both withdraw your motion so we can discuss this before.
No, I won't withdraw my motion.
Well,
my motion stands.
We can still discuss the merits of the case, whether the motion is withdrawn or not. You can just.
I'm a team player, so I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Mr. McCoy.
Well, I was ready to discuss your amendment, but if you're going to.
Okay, we have no longer, the amendment no longer is, it's been withdrawn, so now Mr. McCoy wanted to express his views, regardless of whether there is a motion. You can go ahead and say whatever you like.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have the highest energy costs of any state in the union. Colorado's the next highest, and our energy costs are 48% higher than Colorado's. You have a businessman who is proactive. We want redevelopment funds. We want to build a green corridor. You have a man who's put in 1,000 LED lights, waterless urinals. He's gone out of his way, and we're talking about subjective aesthetics. I think it's wholly unfair. This is an opportunity to move forward. There are very few commercial buildings. Yes, the city has been proactive in doing solar, but the return on investment is awful. And for a state that wants to move away from gas and oil to wind and solar, and you have a man moving forward with it, and we wholesale remove it, and we say, well, 85% of his project's been approved, and the 15% we're not willing to approve is the one that's going to give him a 55% cut in his energy costs. I can't understand how we can subjectively put this upon our businesses in our city, be proactive in wanting to protect the environment. You have someone wanting to do that, and we shut him down. It's contrary to what we believe as a city. We vote for Measure C for open space, and now we want him to fill his hillside with solar panels. He's gone out of his way to make this aesthetically pleasing, and subjectively we deny him this. And we continue to put him through this process when he is standing with everything we believe as a city and what the citizens have voted for. You can't have it both ways. I think we need to protect business while protecting the environment, and this man has proven that this is what he desires to do. So as a council, I would ask you to approve it wholly, what he's requesting. This subjective aesthetics is, we're in a building that is in my opinion, one of the ugliest buildings on the face of the earth. And we're going to place this on a business owner when we take government dollars to build this behemoth. So I just leave my comments and ask that we would deny your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. You know, when I first moved to Thousand Oaks, I drove by this building and I thought it was the jail. That was 20 plus years ago. All right, Mr. Price.
Yes, I was wondering if I could get Mr. Town to bring up all of the photographs we have of Building A. There's another vantage point there of Building A, taken from, that one there. Just so that my colleagues can take a look at that. Because there, to me, the panels are much more visible, but might benefit from some additional landscaping that might shield that. So, thank you. That was really just a comment more than a question.
Mr. Adam.
Thank you. Well, I could speak to Mr. Fox's withdrawn amendment regardless, because when you're talking about the tree coverage, trees come and go. None of those are protected trees that I can see. They're not oak trees. They could be, they could die. They could be chopped down. So they're transitory. Whether or not they're going to be there to shield anything in the 5 years from now, 10 years from now, who knows? And like you said, we don't want to make a mistake here because it's irrevocable. As far as quote unquote shutting Mr. Selvin down, no one's shutting Mr. Selvin down. The Planning Commission and staff has given Mr. Selvin the opportunity to produce about 85% of the solar panel power that he wants to do. But this is really not a solar issue anymore. This is not an issue about solar. This is an issue about architectural features. It's moved from solar to architectural features. And we have guidelines in the city that have been established for decades about architectural features. These are not panels up on a roof that nobody can see. This is a whole new ballgame. And these guidelines don't fit with what the applicant wants to do. I'm sorry that they don't. I wish they did. But please, let us not confuse solar with what we're talking about tonight, which is architectural feature. Big difference. I'm all in favor of solar myself, believe me. You know, I'm as green as they come. And my voting, I think, yes, I am. Quite green. But regardless of that, it's an architectural feature. We're not really voting on solar per se tonight.
Mr. McCoy.
I agree it's an architectural feature, and I also agree it's solar. I think a man has gone out of his way to try to implement that within the constraints of a pre-existing building. I think it's precedent setting. 52 years of age, I'm starting to lose my eyesight, but I'm gaining vision. And I look at Harry Selvin, he's got vision. And this is out of the box, and it's precedent setting. And I think we need more of it, especially if we're going to go into an age where we want a green corridor. We have to investigate these things and invest in them. And a man stepping forward to do that, and it is architectural. And I think he's gone out of his way to prove that along the boulevard, there are others that are just as compatible. He's shown examples that I'm comfortable with. So I understand what you're saying, council member, and yet I still believe that it fulfills both requirements. One, that we go green, which is what we desire. And secondly, I think he's gone out of his way to take an existing building and implement solar in such a manner that it doesn't take over open space, it doesn't create any more of these ugly carports, thinking that is a substitutionary approach to this, where we've got these solar carports that, in my estimation, if we're going to be subjected in aesthetics, those are awful. And he's done his best to make it look appealing, and this is an existing building. We have got to think out of the box. Yes, it is precedent setting, and there are constraints, but we need as a council to start thinking out of the box and have vision in relation to that. Thank you, Councilmember Adam, for contending. And
Mr. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and place my amendment back on the table for approval in part for Building A in its entirety. And that'll give council an opportunity to evaluate the true impact of this. There's no question it's precedent setting. At the very beginning of the hearing, Mr. Towns said it's a subjective decision. And that's what it is. Unless you're absolutely clear in your mind that this is not going to look good, because that's what we're talking about. I agree with Mr. Selvin 100%. Whether it meets guidelines, whether we have other examples, when we're all said and done with this, does it look good? Does it look good? Is it consistent with what we'd want in our community, even though it's new and different? I think the only way to, from my perspective, is to do it in part I'm glad Mr. Price asked for that other rendering to be placed up there with the other photo or angle of Building A. Even that, I would argue, because of setback, and staff even concurred, the mitigation is there. If we want to put more screening in, that's fine. As it relates to trees, I'm certain we can condition this project that those trees are not to be removed, and if they do die or for some reason we can condition this approval to Mr. Sullivan. He has to replace those trees at that size. So that screening is there, and I'm sure that would be very expensive, but those trees have been there a long time. I don't think realistically they're going anywhere. And I think by way of this amendment, at least it part gets to where Mr. McCoy is coming from, because it's a partial approval. And if it looks good, Building B will be approved. There's no question. I'm certain we don't have a question about that. If we simply deny it, we're never going to know. And we could be missing out, and Mr. Sullivan could be missing out on an opportunity actually doing something quite innovative. So my amendment is we approve this in part. We approve Building A only in its entirety. Building B is denied, and let them put them up. I think the impact is minimal. It is a bit of a risk, but I don't know how we're going to cover that. And if we find that after construction it ends up looking pretty good, we can move forward with Building B. If we find, you know what, it doesn't look that good, the building is screened, and I think the impact is minimal. So that's my view on that.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. We now have questions or comments. First, Mr. Adam, then Mr. Price. It has to be on the amendment.
Yeah, to Mr.
Yes.
Fox's amendment. Well, first off, I'm not sure I follow the logic to it when you've heard the applicant say flat out he wouldn't do what you are amending my motion to do. He was asked multiple times, would you phase this in? He said, no. It will cost me, it'll be cost deterrent to do that. So I don't quite follow the logic of why you would add this amendment when you heard the applicant say multiple times, I'm not going to do it. Am I right?
Can I respond?
Yeah, and the
Sure.
other thing was, we do have ample grounds based on the architectural guidelines
Yes.
that we have, very ample grounds to deny this project. Again, it's not a vote on solar, it's a vote on an architectural feature. But yeah, hit respond. I mean, when the applicant says to you, I'm not going to do this, and your amendment is proposing that we do what he says he doesn't want to do, I'm not sure I follow that.
Two things. First, I don't disagree with you. If council chooses, we have ample grounds to deny his appeal. There's no question about it. This is a subjective decision, so if we want to go in a different direction, we have full latitude to do that. But I don't disagree. I don't think, and Mrs. Noonan has not advised us that we're in any legal jeopardy here if we deny or approve it. So I think we have full discretion on that. Number two, I heard what Mr. Sullivan said. I will tell you that I've heard other applicants over the years represent the exact same thing in certain settings, and council has to do what council does, except for Mr. Sullivan. He's a businessman. He's a negotiator. Those are he takes a calculated risk in what his testimony is. Council has to look at what we can live with. If he chooses, if we approve it in part, he chooses not to put them up, that's the same as your denial. So there's no harm done. If he chooses to move forward with Building A and we don't like it, he gets half his project. If he moves forward with Building A and we like it, he gets his whole project, and Mr. McCoy is made whole because he gets what he wanted to start with. To some degree, I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for Mr. Sullivan, but that was his choice on all or nothing. We don't have to agree to that. And that's what I would suggest to the council. We get to decide what we can live with, and he can move forward however he wants.
I believe that council is aware that we have full latitude of our decision, but I'd like to move the discussion further down the dais here to Mr. Price, if possible. We've been at this for 2 hours now.
Right. Understood. Question: would your motion there include additional screening there, landscape screening, or are you content with what exists currently? It looks to me as though there are opportunities there, perhaps, for additional landscape screening.
Additional screening would get the council to yes, I'll include that in my motion.
Thank you.
My amendment.
Okay, so now we have an amendment to the main motion, and if I could have the city attorney perhaps restate that. Thank you.
All right, just to make sure I understand. So the motion is to amend Councilmember Adams' motion to deny the project, and the motion would be to approve the appeal in part and deny the appeal in part by allowing construction of the solar project and the architectural features for Building A and denying it for Building B, but creating a process to allow the applicant to come back at a later time on an expedited basis with respect to Building B for council to evaluate. And additional screening. And additional landscaping. So again, the only decision you're making, you're not deciding the merits of that. All you're doing is deciding whether or not that is now the motion you want to consider.
And Mr. Adam has something to say. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just my final comment to this amendment. Just two things. Again, I don't understand why we have an amendment that our applicant, I have to take the man at his word, says he does not want to do. Okay, that's number one. Number two, almost everybody on this dais this evening, our entire staff, and almost the entire planning commission has had reluctance about this project. You yourself have stated that, Mr. Fox. But you're willing to take a chance on letting it go through on the biggest building that the applicant doesn't want to do in hopes that maybe we'll like it. And to me, I don't think I like those odds. So that's really all I have to say, and I guess we ought to vote on we're going to vote on the amendment, right?
Again, you're voting on whether or not to consider the actual amendment. You're not voting on the merits of that amendment. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, it does make sense. It does make sense. But I would like to weigh in finally, after we've had this discussion. I completely understand Mr. McCoy's view that Mr. Selvin has bent over backwards to bring in solar energy. I also understand the hesitance from our staff, Community Development Director Mark Town, as well as council members who are very concerned about the appearance, the aesthetics of what solar panels may bring. In order to perhaps find common ground and find a compromise, I find that Mr. Fox's amendment to the motion is actually not a bad one. That is something that Mr. Selvin can contemplate, whether he wants to move forward with that. I think it is a fair compromise. I think it is going to not appease everybody, but at least it is something that you, Mr. Selvin, the business owner, can work with, and it is something that will definitely help the environment, and you are very environmentally conscious, and I do appreciate that. Because we do have a split council, I will vote in favor of the amendment in hopes that you will be willing, Mr. Selvin, to take advantage of this opportunity that this amendment would bring to you should it be approved, and that you would go with a phasing of the project. Okay? So, maker of the amendment, if you have any final comments?
I don't.
You don't. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please prepare for a vote on the amendment to the main motion?
Again, once the decision is made on this, you guys can debate even further the merits of that motion.
The motion carries 4-1.
All right, now that we've approved the amendment, I'm going to ask for approval of the motion as amended, and that is approve the appeal in part, that we would approve Building A in its entirety with conditioning for additional screening and conditioning for the prohibition of removal of any of the landscape trees in front of the building. If for any reason they die or are removed from natural causes, the applicant and the property owner is required to replace the trees at their existing size. And then Building B would be denied, I believe, without prejudice. Is that the term you want?
I would recommend that it be denied without prejudice, with an
good.
opportunity for the applicant to come back for reconsideration.
Right. So Building B would be denied without prejudice, and if the applicant so desires to move forward with Building A, and we have an opportunity to evaluate that, then he can do a streamlined process for Building B, and we can move forward very quickly on that.
Mr. Price.
Again, just to reiterate, I don't think that meets Mr. Adams' interest, but I certainly think it meets Mr. McCoy's interest in part, and the rest of the council is the only way to negotiate through, I think, this quagmire is to do it in pieces and see what turns out.
Mr. Fox, I do have to say, however, regarding the trees, it is really, in my opinion, unrealistic to expect Mr. Selvin to replace a 60-foot pine tree with another 60-foot pine tree. Those trees simply are not really used in that sized for transfer. So we can look at, 42, 48-inch boxes, but a 60-foot tree is really unrealistic.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely those trees are going anywhere. I think we already recognize that, but that's reasonable.
Okay.
Sure.
Perhaps what you say is that any removals would require replacement with mature vegetation, something along those lines.
Right, and to bring Mr. Adams' point up, I think it needs to be noted in these conditions. We're not going to be inclined to remove those trees, either if Mr. Selvin sells the property or he wants to do something. Given the nature of why we're making this approval, the likelihood of approval to remove those trees, I think, at least with this council, would be not very high.
Mr. Price, followed by Mr. McCoy.
Thank you. Did I hear in the motion there that you're going to ask for additional?
Yes.
Okay, I missed that. So that said, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And I happen to have left the November meeting to go to Pittsburgh. And when I was leaving Pittsburgh on my way back to the airport, I came across a building right off the side of the freeway that had this very style solar array. And quite frankly, I thought it was hideous. It just, even though it was in an industrial park, I didn't like the way it looked. And I think Mr. Town now has seen the photographs of that building. Miraculously, he was able to find it on Google Earth. But I also recognize the benefits of solar. We are a city that encourages buildings to go green. And as I said myself, I've had solar for about 7 years and absolutely love it. I think with the additional screening, that it will mitigate what can be seen from the street. And with that, I'll be in support of this motion.
Mr. McCoy?
I want to just say to Councilmember Adam, I don't question your commitment to the environment. You have a strong heart for that. In addition, I commend you for your love for the city and its aesthetic beauty. But somewhere along the line, we've got to figure out how to help these businesses move forward with the constraints of alternative energy. Mr. Selvin, you're a visionary, and I know there's a constraint with one building but not the other. I would ask that you'd move forward so that we can see it again and move this city with this vision you have. These businesses need to seek alternative energy, and you're on the forefront of that. And I think as a city, we need to step out of the box and be willing to examine these things. And I don't want anything hideous, as Councilmember Price pointed out. So do what you do best. Make it resplendent. And I thank Councilmember Fox for putting forward the secondary amendment.
Thank you. I already stated my sentiments on the motion. So there's no need to repeat that. Other than that, I urge you to take advantage of this proposal or this decision that hopefully we are about to make for you, Mr. Selvin. And with that, I will ask that, do we have the motion actually? We do have it, okay. I ask for a vote, Madam Clerk.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Item 9A, department reports dealing with the municipal code amendment.
5-minute break, Mayor.
5 minutes?
May we have a 5-minute break, please?
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are returning from our 5-minute recess. Moving on to item 9, the initiation of a municipal code amendment, and this will be presented by our Community Development Director, Mr. Mark Town. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item involves the initiation of a municipal code amendment regarding accessory dwelling units. The reason that we are bringing this before you is because we need to revise the city's ordinance on accessory dwelling units to comply with recent changes in state law affecting the same. In terms of a bit of background, the state amended its accessory dwelling unit laws back in 2002, essentially to ease requirements with regard to permitting, review and permitting. As a result, the city adopted its secondary dwelling unit, or now it's called accessory dwelling unit, ordinance a year later to allow ministerial approvals of such units under certain conditions, consistent with state law. Last year, the state actually had 3 bills that worked together that were all passed at the end of September, which amended the state's laws with regard to accessory units to even further ease local potential restrictions on such units. And then in about mid-December, as a follow-up to passage of the laws in September, there was a state report interpreting those changes, which we have reviewed. So what are we talking about in terms of accessory dwelling units? Well, they can be attached, such as this addition to a home. Our ordinance currently allows such attached units under certain conditions. There are size restrictions, parking requirements, etc. But they can, under state law now, also be detached. So accessory dwelling units can be attached. They can actually be within the living area of an existing home, and they can be detached. So this is significant in terms of a change in state law, which we need to comply with. Some of the key initial thoughts I wanted to convey about the state law is that, again, it allows detached units. It also allows uncovered parking for units. So if parking is required for an accessory unit, that parking can be uncovered. The city's ordinance today requires covered, enclosed parking, actually. And actually the state laws under certain, or in certain scenarios, allow for reduced parking. For instance, if an accessory dwelling unit is within a half mile of a transit stop, e.g. a bus stop, then parking does not need to be provided at all. The city does, however, and I want to emphasize this, does retain control over a number of variables with regard to accessory units. Just a few are listed here. The size of the units, the city, you can still control. The height, for instance, only 1-story units. You can ensure that the accessory unit is architecturally compatible with the primary residential home. And you can require owner occupancy of one of the structures as is required today. So upon initiation by you tonight, the amendment will be referred to the commission, and of course they will provide a recommendation. They will analyze it. We will analyze it, give them our recommendations. They will provide their recommendation to you, and we'll bring it back to you for final action. We will be processing this as expeditiously as possible. The state laws took effect January 1st. However, again, they do provide local latitude on a number of issues, which will be the focus of our analysis. So with that, I would recommend that the council adopt the resolution in your pack initiating Municipal Code Amendment 2016-70540.
Thank you, Mr. Town. Mr. Price has a question. You're withdrawing? Okay. Then I will go to the only public speaker we have on this item, Kathy Carlson. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'm very interested in this subject. I've been wondering if I could do a granny flat someday, and 20 years ago they said, just wait, it'll happen. The city will have to change their code. So a couple of things I noticed. The AB 2406 talks about two different kinds, a junior accessory dwelling unit and then an accessory dwelling unit. So I think, is the junior accessory dwelling unit a tiny house? My brother built a tiny house on his property up in Oregon. They love it. And theirs is a little taller, so they can have a loft. So you also say that it's going to be one story. Well, here in Thousand Oaks, some people are on hills. And on my property, I've considered doing a subterranean parking and then a building on top of it. So once in a while I've been asking some architects, is it doable? So what are you talking about when you say one story? Is a basement and a ground level, is that a one story? And then is, like my brother's tiny house, does that work for you? His is tall because he has a loft. Now my house is one story, but it's tall. The people next to me, my neighbors, are 3 feet higher. They're slab, but my house is higher than theirs. We're both one-story houses because I have my living room has a vaulted ceiling. So also, something in your plan sounded really weird, that you can only do 10% of your existing structure, including the attic floor space. Well, my house is 1,800 square feet, and the attic is about 900 square feet. That brings it to 2,800 square feet, so 10% of that is 280. But you have in here, you say the minimum is going to be 220 feet, which is 10 by 22, for example. Or I can go to just under 500 square feet, which would be 15 feet by 33 feet. So I think you got a problem there. Why the heck are you talking about attics, including that in the square footage of my house? So the other thing about the parking that you mentioned, I don't have room for another garage. I would like to do a carport with the solar panel over it. That's what I want as a carport all along the side of my house, 50 feet by about 10 feet. I'd love to have that. And then have an electric car that can go in. I've already designed my gate, my large gate. It's going to have a door so I can go up in an electric golf cart, push the button, and then if I choose to live there in the granny flat, that'll be great. Then I can zip around. I don't need another garage. I have a 2-car garage. So there's that. So anyway, I've been thinking about these things. So I've had a house in Thousand Oaks since 1981. Now my son and his family, they have bought a house in Thousand Oaks. They're doing an addition. They're doing a detached garage right now. And I think for a detached garage, I'm going to suggest that they do a living quarter above it. But you don't want to do that. You say you don't want 2 stories. It makes sense if you, in the older neighborhoods in Thousand Oaks that need a garage, it seems to me that you should be able to put a house, oh, I see I'm out of time, a living quarter above. In the Waverly neighborhood, I've seen that, barns with apartments above. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this was the only speaker we had on this topic. Mr. Town.
Well, Ms. Carlson brought up a number of valid questions, all of which we will be looking at. I should just mention that the ordinance that was in your packet tonight is the city's current ordinance. For instance, the 10% maximum. The way that our ordinance is currently structured is that the maximum size of such units are 499 square feet. They're attached, but they cannot exceed 10% of the living living area floor space. So what that means is that the 10% rule really takes effect, and as she mentioned, most of your accessory dwelling units under the current ordinance would be probably typically 200 to 400 square feet. So those are current constraints. They are already part of our ordinance, but we now need to update that ordinance to comply with state law. And so we will be looking at the units that I mentioned. The junior accessory dwelling units are those units I mentioned that are inside the existing living area.
Thank you, Mr. Town. As you said, this is really going to be a routine vote simply because it is something where the city has to amend its code in order to comply with state law. And it will will be up to staff to figure out how we implement and how we comply with state law. I feel that besides the marijuana measure, that this is the second most challenging issue in the city of Thousand Oaks, because the way I see it, complying with state law will change the landscape of Thousand Oaks completely. It's not necessarily something that I'm looking forward to, but we shall see. All right, if there are no questions, yes, there is one. Al Adam.
No, I was ready for a motion, Mayor.
Go
Is
ahead.
that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's fortunate that the state is stepping in again to tell us how best to run our city. So with that, I don't suppose we have any recourse other than to initiate the municipal code amendment to modify the existing secondary dwelling unit section of municipal code, TOMC 942521. So
Mr. Price.
Thank you. Yes, I watched this Senate Bill 1069 as it worked its way through the the Assembly and the Senate up north, and actually signed a letter in opposition to both this and several other bills, because as Councilmember Adam mentions, it's the state once again telling us how we should run our cities. Now, I don't want to be insensitive to the fact that we have an aging community here, and that there might be some applications where these granny flats would be very useful for folks, but at the same time, this one-size-fits-all approach to solving a problem just it might solve it for Sacramento, but it puts the problem down on us here in Thousand Oaks. So I think it's important to note that our Assembly member followed our advice and voted against this. So yes. So anyway, with that, I'm obviously going to be in support of the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please prepare the vote?
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 9B, Downtown Revitalization Update. And this one will be provided again by Mark Town, Community Development Director. He will be assisted by Haider Alawami, our Economic Development Director, as well as Larry Cosmond, the CEO and President of Cosmond Companies, our consultant. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. We are proceeding from ground level up to 10,000 feet to think about the downtown area of Thousand Oaks. We really are focused on two goals tonight, and one is to review and discuss the downtown area of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. And secondly is to invite your comments and insights into the next steps regarding the same. When we talk about the downtown study area, first of all, I thought we should frame it spatially. So if you look at this image, the downtown study area is bounded by Erbs Road on the west, and it is bounded by Conejo School Road on the east. And this is our downtown area. And it is outlined in red in this image. And if you look at the colors, it's telling, because you can see in the purple that the majority of the land in this downtown area, the core of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, is city-owned. with a slightly lesser amount being privately owned, which is displayed in yellow. Other key features, just looking at this image, is Dallas Drive, the entrance here to the Civic Arts Plaza, and Oakwood Drive and Zuniga Drive, or Zuniga Ridge Drive here, that tees off of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So why are we talking about this area? Why is it important? As the council is aware, this is the arts and entertainment center of Thousand Oaks. It's anchored by this building, the Civic Arts Plaza, the Scheer Theater, the Kavli Theater, and that has long been a part of the city's vision, is to create an arts and entertainment hub near the center of the city geographically. The Lakes obviously is a very high quality project just to our east from the Civic Arts Plaza that extends over to Conejo Square Road. And as I just mentioned, the city owns the majority of the land in this area. Why is this discussion happening tonight? From staff's perspective, this is a really unique point in the development of the downtown corridor. We have all worked with residents of the community, with business owners and tenants to craft a downtown area that is vibrant, that is lively, that is attractive, and we've come a long way in that direction. Recently, we have seen a significant uptick in development interest in this area. So that then creates a setting where the decisions that the city will make with regard to proposed development will be very long-term, semi-permanent for all intents and purposes. And so these decisions are critical that they are made correctly now, and that they are based on a vision that is supportive of the goals of the specific plan, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan and the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan. And as the council recalls, you endorsed a vision of this downtown area in concert with property owners many years ago, and that is still relevant tonight. Part of that original vision was to consider additional residential capacity in this downtown area to add to the excitement and interest of it. This image shows in 3 different colors just sort of a snapshot of development activity in the downtown area. So again, the downtown area in this image is in the light blue to the bottom of the slide. And what is displayed in green are projects that have either been approved or are under construction. And as you can see, there are 6 of those projects. Now, all of those projects are just outside the area that we're talking about tonight, but they're relevant in terms of these adding a significant influx of future residents to the immediate area. Shown in purple are projects that have already gone through a pre-application phase, or they have filed an application. And so those are sort of next in the development pipeline, so to speak. And then yellow depicts a mixed-use project that will be going to Planning Commission hearings shortly. So the point here is that we have a lot of development activity, both approved, proposed, and under construction in the downtown area. Just a quick look back at where we've been. In 2011, you adopted the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. Over the next about 5 years, we saw dispersed development, is the way that I put it. In other words, we saw individual projects such as the 36 apartments that are currently under construction behind Instrumental Music. In this specific plan, there are 26 townhouses currently under construction on Clay Court, and a variety of other smaller projects, renovations in particular. But we didn't see any mixed-use projects being approved going forward in that time frame. Over roughly the last year and a half, though, the momentum is picking up, and It really started when you amended the specific plan last summer. You made some really significant changes to the specific plan. You moved 206 dwelling units into this area as additional residential capacity. You allowed certain reductions in parking under certain scenarios to facilitate the type of development that we would like to see: restaurants, entertainment, outdoor dining, etc. You also hired Mr. Cosmont, seated to my left, to study this area as part of the overall strategic plan, economic strategic plan for the city. So Mr. Cosmont will be discussing his involvement and his thoughts on this momentarily. And last year, you saw a streetscape concept for this area as well, from Herbs Road to Conejo School Road, to be correct. And then, as I mentioned also, we have now had two mixed-use projects go through the pre-application process. They are moving forward as we speak, and so that even creates greater momentum as we think about this area in terms of, again, the city's history and the development activity that we're seeing in the immediate future. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Cosmont.
Yes, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Larry Cosmont, Cosmont Companies. You know, we've had the privilege of working with you and the city staff for the past year and a half on the economic development strategic plan. Strategic plans are meant to be just that. They're opportunistic in the sense that when one identifies areas of opportunity and market forces converging, that it's a good time to start focusing on the attributes and also the deficiencies of that area to make sure that one can take that private sector momentum, add public sector vigor, if you will, and see if you can really stake out a future that is relevant to the community and that can bring prosperity and diversity. And that's really what's happened in this area. And the reason it's happened is, in addition to the private sector, as you saw from Mark's previous slide, focusing in and around and adjacent to this core area, the dynamics and the logistics of this area stand out as a significant opportunity for the city. One is it's controllable. It's 52 acres, 51 parcels, lots of small parcels, by the way, which is one of the underlying considerations that we can talk about. With city having over 50% ownership, you've also had, as Mark indicated, a direction to improve and enhance some of the planning and entitlement features of the area. Despite really the size of the area, the assessed valuation could probably, be at a higher level given, certain influences and confluences coming together in an economic way, and we'll talk about that. And clearly, this is part of your strategic initiative. It jumped out at Cosmont in the Economic Development Strategic Plan because it is a core area, it has visibility, it has market momentum at some level, and there's been planning direction. Where do you take that from here really requires leadership to develop what we call a sense of place. So moving forward, getting to a sense of place, let me go to the next slide, please, is not always an easy road. I mean, there's always obstacles, and in this case, we've listed some of these. I mean, I think there are... Okay. Yeah. There is a lack of identity at this point. There's not that central image. It can be had. You control a lot of it, and the private sector seems to want to be there, but what gets there also becomes an element of future direction and a function of current conditions. In this case, what's not there, a lack of what I would call millennial housing, a lack of pedestrian amenities, a lack of a central place where people would want to be, a lack of, I think, integrated use with the civic center. So there's a lot of connectivity issues. And then there's just logistic issues. You have small parcels that have odd configurations, so that might be an inhibitor, if you will. All of that is to say, and I'd like to think of these things as, where does the private realm, bullet number 2, come in? That'd be housing stock, entertainment amenities. How does the public realm meet the private realm? Where could you be to induce that and manage it and control it to a preferred destiny? that's the mix that you get to when you pursue a strategic initiative such as downtown Thousand Oaks. Next slide, please. That strategic initiative, one of the impairments, I think, is clearly, you can see this hodgepodge of 1 acre, 1.5 acre, and small parcels. With all of these great conditions that I identified, market interest and location and visibility, some of the issues really relate to going forward, the ability to overcome small parcels, access and connectivity, public amenities that can really congeal private investment and put it in a way that is very productive for an area. And it's a controllable area, but it needs to be managed, I think, directly and in an informed way. So we identify that. So this next slide, you should not be scared. One, it's not target practice. Number two, it really is meant to evoke a couple of key elements of a strategy. One of the items that we all deal with in creating a sense of place is that we tussle. We tussle with community forces. It's hard to get people out from behind the internet. It's hard to get folks to a place unless there is a real reason to be there. It's also challenging for a community to introduce new product types like a boutique hotel or creative office because there's a sense of uncertainty about it. But if you don't try for that, then you don't connect into what I call the new plumbing of the world. The plumbing of the world has clearly changed. People really need, I think, three things. They need to be connected, respected, and protected. This wheel, the target in this wheel, really identifies sociability as a way to create a sense of place. It's diversity, it's cooperative, it's neighborly. Again, connected. Respected, uses and activities. Folks won't go to a place that they don't want to be, that don't have the public and private elements of excitement, of reality, of usefulness. They need to be indigenous at some level, but they also need to be somewhat experimental, something attractive. And that's missing here. And the downtown needs that. All great towns have that sort of respectful feeling of being a sense of place that people want to go to from time to time. And then safety, comfort, and image. The place has to feel good. It has to feel right. It has to be safe. It has to be walkable, clean. It has to have some element of tied to the community, and it has to attract the users that want to be in a place that wants activity. Those are more millennial users, perhaps the kinds of users that we're not seeing as consistently in Thousand Oaks, but we do see in other great downtown places. All of that is to say, this target is a way to look at the ability to end at providing enough access and linkage, mixing it with pieces that aren't there today. It could be boutique hotel, it could be creative office, retail, walkability, public infrastructure. Mix that up and establish a place that people want to go to. One community, next slide, that has done a pretty good job of that, it's a little bit more urban than Thousand Oaks, without a doubt, is Pasadena, Old Town Pasadena. These are pictures of Paseo, Pasadena, some of the adjacent streets. The elements of that pinwheel are all here. There's a connective element, you can see it because people want to be there. There's a protected element because there's activity, there's safety there's a clean street, there's a dynamic street, and there are uses that people are paying attention to. Restaurants, dining, and some attractive features. So this is really an example of where the public and private realm can come together. And it's truly, again, about creating a destination and a sense of place. And you're at the point, if you can sort of look at it objectively and figure out that this is an investment that the city can make as a property owner, as a policy maker, as a driver of change, you're truly at a point where you can be prescriptive in your direction to the staff and to the consultant team to get that done. And it'll take some steps. We'll talk about some next steps. But at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Mark.
Great. Thank you, Larry. So that then segues into, I think appropriately, a discussion of how the council could potentially guide and influence this transition from where we're at today, as was just described, to where we want to be based on the specific plan, goals, and council objectives. And first, I just wanted to make I think an overarching point, and that is that We're not talking tonight about growth per se in this downtown area. What we're really trying to do is to create an exciting destination that attracts residents and visitors from out of town. This area that we're talking about, the entire specific plan, is only about 1% of Thousand Oaks area. It's only about 1%. And it's 3 miles long. The area that we're talking about tonight, just the downtown area, Herbs Road to Canandaigua Road, it's less than a half-mile long. It's about 15% of 1%. So we're talking about sort of a pinprick in terms of the extent of Thousand Oaks as a city, but a really important location. So again, we're trying to create an exciting, attractive destination, first and foremost. Second, and this almost goes without saying, but I will, is the concept of integrated design at all scales, from amenities through landscape, through building design, at an appropriate human scale is really key to creating a downtown area that works. Connectivity, as Larry just mentioned, this is important in several ways. We'll talk about momentarily, but that's a key concept I'd like you to just keep in mind for a moment. And to create public spaces that are appropriate for celebrations, for events, for music events, for relaxation. That is a key idea throughout this discussion. How do we sort of get there? One way to get there is to consider, again, steps to promote connectivity. One concept, for instance, is to consider merging some of these small parcels that we find in the downtown area. We have small and oddly shaped parcels, narrow and deep, for instance, or irregular in boundary. One idea is to merge those. That's a way to establish a more, well, obviously larger parcels and a more cohesive development. But when we talk about connectivity, it's not just the idea of merging parcels. Connectivity, for instance, has an architectural dimension to be able to provide a vision, a framework that results in buildings that are architecturally compatible with each other. So you don't have a Spanish-style project next to a modern-style project, etc. So that they, from a design phase or perspective, work together. Another aspect we'll talk about momentarily on connectivity is the idea of better vehicular circulation around the subject area, and also much better pedestrian circulation. One other topic I'd like to introduce as we stay here at the 10,000-foot level is the idea of diversified uses. We have certain uses that have already been approved in the specific plans that are part of this area. The Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, remember, part of this area, the core downtown area, is part of the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan, which is where we are right now. The end goal of all this, as Larry mentioned, is to create a better sense of place, a broader sense of place, and ideally create a village environment which is attractive to residents, it's attractive to the arts and entertainment, it's attractive to visitors, restaurants, etc. I would like to drop down out of the clouds for a moment and think about streetscape improvements, because they are important to the overall look. And part of this discussion tonight I would like to suggest is that the council begin to think about a measured approach to street improvements in this area. One idea is to go forward potentially with a raised landscape median from Dallas Drive to Zuniga Ridge to extend the existing median to the east of Dallas Drive, with the idea to use that landscape median to help define this downtown area as different from the balance of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. You don't have, as you know, landscape medians in the balance of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, but we do have already one median here. The idea here is simply to extend it down to the Zuniga Ridge. Another concept is to consider angled parking in front of the Civic Arts Plaza. Obviously, we have angled parking at the lakes to the east And so I think that's worthy of discussion. And then obviously street furniture, lighting, etc., that ties into street improvements. This is just a quick graphic that shows the landscape median that I mentioned. So extending, this is Dallas Drive. So this is the concept to have a raised landscape median extending all the way down to Zuniga Drive right here. And then the idea of angled parking, that is graphically displayed right here. So this is the Lakes Drive. This is the lakes to the east. This is the angled parking that currently exists in front of the lakes. And the idea is to potentially add angled parking here in front of Civic Arts Plaza. Why? To help entice visitors, to create a more welcoming environment, to add parking capacity on the boulevard. So all of those help to support the idea of an exciting destination and ease of access for residents and customers. As we now talk about sort of the big picture, I think it's worth just thinking for a moment about the idea of thinking sort of outside the box, synonymous in this case with bold thinking. What I'd like to just suggest for a moment is that you consider this downtown area not with regard to specific parcel boundaries, to think of it not with regard to specific past approvals and uses, etc., but just to sort of think outside the box, more broadly conceiving of this area as one potentially unified and integrally designed area from Conejo School Road all the way down to Herbs Road. And that includes several potential elements, one of which is potentially to extend Oakwood to Dallas Drive. It could also include pedestrian connections in terms of providing one continuous, as staff has described it, a paseo all the way from the lakes to Herbs Road, essentially. And one way to do that is to potentially locate it physically over a flood control easement, a 30-foot wide flood control easement that already traverses a significant portion of this area west of Dallas, and that could be used for outdoor dining areas, special lighting, gathering places, retail booths, etc. So with that introduction, I'd like to again turn it back over to Mr. Cosmont.
Yes, so thank you. So in wrapping up this presentation, a key concept is how do you look at downtown as a canvas of opportunity and to achieve a place to go, a strategic vision, because you're at that conceptual. When you're looking at this is still conceptual, but it has the elements of reality to it. Why? Because it's mixing potential uses that could want to be here, mixed use residential, boutique hotel, creative office. Cosmont's been studying the market dynamics, and we know that there are, at the very edges, there's demand for these products. It's just they need a place to go to. They need enticement to get there. And when you combine, as Mark was talking about, the overlay of connectivity and the integration of physical improvements onto the canvas of uses, which are displayed in different colors, mixed use, retail, restaurant, hospitality in blue, residential and creative office, these pieces can be moved around based on market forces, but the point is the mix changes and it integrates with the Civic Center, which also can be connected in a different way with a greater sense of imagery, with a greater sense of identification, and the whole area can come together under a branding program, frankly, that can really support the private investment's desire to be here and do the most with it. Of course, you need to guide that private investment with public policy, with infrastructure, with direction, which is really why we're here tonight, because I view this as really an important start point in that. I mean, you have the tools, take them out of the box, put them to work, have the conversations with the private sector, with the community, and move forward and put this into place. We're in an economic realm that this momentum could be very timely. It could support this effort. And these districts don't happen overnight. I mean, just ask the leaders such as you in places like Burbank and Pasadena. You know, when I was community development director in Burbank 30 years ago, it took, we reconstituted the physical realm, added in our angled parking, added a movie theater, brought those special uses that changed the character of a downtrodden area. Not that this is, but this is an underutilized area. There it was different. And that started a 30-year march of private investment with public direction and public investment to congeal a downtown that actually ended up looking like this canvas in a great way. So Pasadena's done it. There's no reason for this not to happen. The location and core is there. So point being is it's really about the next steps and taking advantage of the confluence of elements, ingredients, and events that are going on, including pending land use applications as demonstrated on one of the maps that we showed you. That's a lot of activity. And it just tells you that the private sector sees that direction as being fortuitous. We can add a dimension to that to make it truly a center point and a centerpiece for the community.
Thank you, Larry. So just a couple of follow-up comments on this image. Again, this is one potential concept. The idea is that this is to just get the council thinking about potential uses, the idea of pedestrian connectivity. If you look at the image, you can see that there is the paseo that I mentioned that extends in this concept here from Herbs Road on the west all the way, if you think about it, so this is going all the way through that, as I call it, the super block west of Dallas Drive, all the way over to Zuniga Ridge. So here's your flood control easement over which you really cannot construct buildings. Flood control wants to keep that open for access, for maintenance access. So that provides a great opportunity, a great potential amenity that would then tie into the existing pedestrian paths that march across the front of Civic Arts Plaza and the park, and then over providing direct access to the lakes to the east. So we have a great opportunity just on that point alone to create a really nice integrated pedestrian-oriented connection throughout this area. Just another couple items. Larry mentioned creative office. This is a great idea that could support small businesses. It could support artists and others who are looking for small spaces that are flexible. Another idea to potentially consider, shown here in brown, is the potential for residential behind the lakes. I think it's worth revisiting that. This is, again, just a concept. It's a bubble diagram, but designed to help foment creative thought about this downtown area. And the idea of a hotel, that's not really been currently part of the plan, but perhaps a boutique hotel could be tucked into the hillside, overlooking this large potential mixed-use area between Dallas Drive and Herbs that could be attractive to people visiting to attend a show. It could be attractive to business people. It could be attractive to visitors, or I should say artists who, in fact, are here to perform. So these are ideas we would like to introduce tonight. We're not asking for your endorsement of this particular concept, but simply to get some ideas on the table. So where does that lead us? First of all, I would just like to say that I think that this is a really exciting opportunity for the council. This is a really exciting opportunity to influence the sort of the core crowning part of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. And you now really have the opportunity to finalize this vision of a vibrant downtown area with a distinct sense of place that will last literally decades into the future. How do we get there? Staff is open. Mr. Cosmont is open to your initial thoughts and guidance regarding some of the principles that we've talked about tonight. We've covered quite a bit of ground in a relatively short time, but they're important concepts. Your thoughts, if you so choose, to provide to staff with regard to the future development of the city-owned parcels. As we mentioned, starting out, the city owns the majority of land in this area, 53%. That's a lot of land, and that's a huge asset that you control. Streetscape improvements I mentioned are part of the matrix. And then another idea is to establish an ad hoc committee to look at these concepts, to vet these concepts, to meet with staff and consultants and come up with recommendations for the entire council. And so with that, I thank you for your attention, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Town, Mr. Cosmont, for the presentation. It's a lot to digest. We will go to questions from the council. First one is Mr. Fox, then Mr. Price, then Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cosmont, first of all, nice presentation. We covered a lot of information there. I want to kind of narrow the scope here on what, from your professional perspective, what we should do and what we should not do. Because I think the report outlines that, but just for clarity, it appears, according to the report, that connectivity is a key element here, and in order to achieve that, we need to reconcile the many small parcels that are within this impact area. And again, I think it's good that you have proposed kind of bifurcating the boulevard, if you will, to a much smaller area where we're just really talking about from Dallas Drive down to Herbs. So, but from that perspective, what would you recommend we not do as it relates to the smaller parcels?
So one of the key elements, as we said, is to make sure that the market momentum takes you to a place you want to be. And so the vision for the area would be to have developable parcels that are sizable enough to deliver the right mix of uses, and small parcels tend to be constrained. So piecemealing approvals, I'll use that phrase, wouldn't be the most advantageous way to go. The convergence or sort of consolidation, if you will, of opportunity becomes really critical. Now, you're a public owner of property too, so using your public's own property beyond the Civic Center in addition or to augment a development opportunity is another strategy. But I think number one, first of all, is not to lose the opportunity to develop a greater concept because a limited concept using, inhibited by a size of a parcel goes forward in advance of being able to really capture where you want to go in terms of a grander vision and a better sense of purpose for those particular parcels. So I hope I was clear on that. Don't let initial approval sort of obscure the ability to a larger project or a more defined direction based on the vision that you would like to have installed out there.
All right, so again, just to simplify it, what you're recommending to the council is don't piecemeal it. And what you mean by piecemeal, meaning while we may have individual smaller parcels that bring forward proposals, they may not fit the total vision of the village we're trying to create when we're done with the whole pie, so to speak. And so what I'm hearing you say is that council should be very cautious on individual approvals in contrast to larger pieces of property. While we may have individual uses in that area, they are coherent and consistent with this village aspect that we're looking for so we achieve this vision that where everything kind of flows in a zone or a village. Where if we approve an individual project on an individual parcel, we can't go back and redo that. The example I give is Pep Boys. I said a long time ago that was not a long-term decision, nothing against Pep Boys, but in that location across the street from Civic Arts Plaza, I didn't think that was a good move for us. And so we don't want to make that mistake now moving forward. So small parcels, stay away from the individual approvals.
Part two of that is in terms of the infrastructure improvements. I think the vision for the infrastructure is starting to become identified. I would invest wisely. In other words, try and match the timing and the level and the specifics of infrastructure to applications for projects that leverage the public investment with their own private investment, and make them come together, work together, because you're trying to get as much progress going on both sides of the ledger book as possible.
Right. Well, just to continue that, so on page 7, under the guiding influences, we talk about, again, the keeping it connected, keeping a vision, keeping the village or achieving the village type feel. You talk about merging parcels to promote connectivity. So that would lend the idea of, if we have smaller parcels, city would either make offers to purchase those, so to blend in all the already city-owned property, or have the private owners look at maybe merging those parcels. One buys it, but basically use what we can to encourage a larger space, so we can have a design that flows, that does what we want it to do. Is that?
It's correct. Spot on.
All right.
Spot
on. Is there any going back and undoing it if we make some mistakes, or do we pretty much have to get it right the first time here?
No, I think generally the it's not invisible paint. You really have to sort of get the palette right and execute well going in. It's very hard to take back that which you've done. I hearken back to my experience in both Santa Monica and Burbank, having been part of those village, if you will, redos, and we had parcels, like Pep Boys, it escaped us, but there came a point where that losing that opportunity would be an irretrievable circumstance in terms of where the city wanted to go. And in downtown Burbank, I think of several proposals to put in uses. I can remember being a CD director back then, and we had an application for a large building to sort of be a secondhand store, because we had a lot of secondhand bookstores. It was an old mall that was still pedestrian. And as a CD director, we went to the council, established a vision, and we turned that opportunity into a different one. That ended up being the first restaurant that we invested in, which was, believe it or not, a Fuddruckers, and then an AMC sixplex theater. But we forced a patio and a walkway from the theater to the restaurant. And believe it or not, from that core of 2 projects started what is now, downtown Burbank. And so you have to take the opportunity to strike out and get what you want. In that case, a restaurant and a paseo and a movie theater that started in a hub of activity back then, different world today, as opposed to letting that next, natural market force decision to put in a secondhand clothing store in that space, which was a large space. So those opportunities come and they go. And the seize the moment perspective that a city has to have is quite critical to make sure that the future gets achieved in the vision that you really prefer.
Is it, in your view, is it really even possible to create a quality integrated design with architecture, landscape amenities, at a scale consistent with community values, without combining parcels?
I think it's very hard. It really becomes a hodgepodge effort. the market tends to approach smaller opportunities much different than larger opportunities. The ability to be flexible in design, to have design that's integrated with public realm in a productive way, like you saw in Pasadena, is eviscerated in a 1-acre parcel, and it's really manufactured and achievable in a 4-acre parcel. It's really a big difference. So those consolidations are key.
It seems to me that looking at the pictures, by joining and getting a larger space of which you can plan from, the actual outcome is perceived anyway as a much smaller space, a much more quaint village, because you're able to have that continuity, the architecture. It's, as you say, it's not a hodgepodge, so you create actually a much more intimate and smaller village area by using larger parcels.
It's easier to bridge themes. It's easier to bridge, it's sort of an image. When you have a larger canvas to start with, you can condense it, if you will, and create a statement very efficiently and also very connectedly. And that's the key. But when you're dealing with 4 or 5 little pieces, hard to keep all those places, in tow.
As an example, there's, with a larger canvas, if you will, where you might have placed a building because of individual parcels, in a larger, broader design, maybe that's a fountain area. Maybe that is a public gathering area. Maybe that's a bandstand or something along those lines, because you have that flexibility, where if we put it cookie cutter into where the boundaries are, we lose those opportunities. And those large gathering, a fountain, those things, they take space.
They take space. And that's the point of integrating the public and private realm efficiently and productively. It's just much easier to do when the landscape's a bit larger.
Right. So, just in summarizing, the takeaway, at least from what I heard you say in the question's answer, is you would strongly recommend to the council to essentially resist at all costs doing piecemeal development of smaller parcels, and in the same way, you would encourage council to either purchase the smaller parcels contiguous to city property, or encourage the different property owners to combine parcels to create a larger space by which we can make a smaller village, if you will.
Correct. And thirdly, I would double down on that investment, if you will, on that build investment with public investment that really improves the delivery of those special spaces that are impossible to do when this parcel's too small.
Right, exactly. Okay, I appreciate it.
Mr. Adam. And Mr. Price, I see your name popping up, and then it goes off, and it's on and off. So would you like to speak after Mr. Adam?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent presentation, gentlemen. I really appreciate it. Explain to me the forces on the boulevard and the economy in general that are making this, giving this whole idea of a village concept some urgency right now.
Yeah, I think the best slide is the second and third slide, which showed all of the development. Yeah, the development activity. It's over just in this, I think, relatively confined area. It's not coincidental that you're seeing essentially over 200 units in some form of delivery. That's without the vision and without the motivation that gets induced by infrastructure and imagery and a sense of place that you want to create. So imagine those forces then get accelerated to the good if you can control the opportunities we were just discussing. That's why timing, momentum, I think strategic delivery of infrastructure, strategic application of zoning, strategic reconfiguration of public parcels, and consideration of the image of the Civic Center at the edges so that it really works well with all of that, become a time and place that, to me, this graphic really demonstrates. It just says there's activity. How do we conform that activity to a result that would make sense to us in 20 years?
Yeah, there certainly does seem to be a lot of interest in our core and the area around it, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think that we're at an inflection point, but we, as you point out, as Mr. Fox talks about, we just have to be very careful that we look at the big picture. We may own 50% of this area, but 50% is privately owned. We need to lay out a blueprint so people understand that we're not going to settle for a hodgepodge. We want a planned village community with connectivity. And to me, that connectivity is very important. The Paseo that was suggested here, I think it's a very interesting idea. You'd be able to walk from where Lupe's is now all the way to P.F. Chang's if you chose to. Right. And to be able to connect the two roads, the Zuniga Road along to Dallas Drive, would give you that connectivity opportunity as well. So, you mentioned, Mr. Town, when you talk about hodgepodge and small pieces, okay, so we have one piece where somebody puts in a Mediterranean-style piece and another piece next to it goes Spanish, and they decide to put a wall in between, boom, we lost our connectivity. We don't have a village anymore. So this is what we have to guard against, and I think that, a plan like this we need to put it out to the property owners so they can see what we're looking for. And we probably do need to try to consolidate some of these smaller pieces because we do have some odd-shaped pieces in there that would be difficult to develop. And I'll just say as a editorial remark, it's not really a question. I've been around the city now for 2 years talking about this. I have been asked by Amgen. I have been asked by California Lutheran University. I have been asked by the Conejo Valley Unified School District, by INFI, by the business of Cirrus, by INFI. Please, build us a downtown. We need it to attract, whether it be students, millennials, to promote our business. And so I do agree with you that the time to act is now, and we have the community behind us. And you know what? We're not the only community out here looking at this.
That's right.
We've got, in Westlake Village, we've got the Westlake Shops that have gone up. We've got the Stone House, which isn't exactly a mixed-use development, but it's got that flavor of a community gathering place. It's become very popular. And now the Agora City Council just passed the Agora Village at the corner of Canaan and Cornell, which is an 8-acre mixed-use project. So there's competition out there, and I think we have to rise to it. But I think we have a big head start because we have a beautiful central core with the Civic Arts Plaza and the lakes, and what a great ability to build from. So and the infrastructure. Wouldn't you agree that's very important? Gives you that sense of place.
I think it's critical. I think it's so interesting that, as I said, the plumbing of the world has changed. For this new generation, it's really not about home ownership, car ownership. It's more about identification with the neighborhood, being near work, but having absolute flexibility not to work or to work in a context that they really enjoy. That means outdoor spaces and indoor spaces are very, very important to them. They do want the connectivity, so they want the public events. They want the social network. It's just, and I think what you're hearing from employers is that their brightest and best that is coming around the corner is being attracted. They are being attracted to places that already deliver that.
Yes.
And so when we back to the notion of economic development, I mean, true economic development says that you're going to be strategic about preserving and advancing the future of a community, and it's hard to do that if you can't sort of help your employers at the core offer up not only services but context and livability in a way that is compelling, in a way that helps their ability to attract the best and the brightest and stay here forever and do well.
I couldn't agree more. In fact, just a quick anecdote, and I think Joel Price was with me at the time. We went to visit Amgen. Joel was the mayor, and as we left, we said, if there's one thing the city could do for Amgen, the biggest employer in the city, 6,500 people, 5,500, I don't know what, 4 or 5 of the big wigs from Amgen were sitting at the table, and they all said in unison, what did they say? Build us a downtown.
Build a downtown.
Build us a downtown. That's what we need. That's what we need to attract people. So
good food, comfortable chairs.
Yeah.
Plenty of
cafes, bistros, shops.
Spaces for them to hang out.
Yep. Arts,
with housing.
Entertainment.
With housing.
Yes. Good job, fellas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Mr. Powers and then to Mr. McCoy before we will go to our public speakers who have been waiting very patiently tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Bel de la Pena. Just a quick comment. Very important discussion tonight. And this is kind of a long time in coming from my perspective to have sort of a wide open and free-ranging discussion that provides both staff and the development community a concept of where the City Council sees this vision evolving. One point that I wanted to make, and Haider Alwami, our economic development manager, is up on the dais, and Haider is such a key critical player in all of what we're doing, because the calls that come in, we talked about the formal activity that's occurring, and you see that on the map, but the informal activity, those phone calls, those inquiries, the level of intensity for those calls has increased tremendously since the council's actions back in July. And that signals to us that there really is a wave coming forward, and we want to ensure that we're going to be riding the crest of that wave rather than being swallowed by it. So it's really important that we consider that as we move forward here. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right. Mr. Price.
Well, I do have a lot to say additionally, but I think we have a number of speakers. Is that correct? So we do. 4. Okay, I'm going to wait then. Thanks.
Okay, I have questions as well, but I don't want to have I don't want to have you guys wait any longer this evening. Mr. Moradian, followed by Nick Kidwai and Alicia Blair. And how much time will you have? 3 minutes each, Madam Clerk? 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, Sean Moradian, President of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association. First off, Happy New Year to everyone. We're here this evening to observe, like the council observed, the comments by your consultant and by staff, and we are very encouraged at the initiative and the direction the council is taking and the attention it's giving to the boulevard and the specific plan. So we thank all of you for that effort. We are supportive of a lot of the concepts we heard tonight. As Madam Mayor correctly pointed out, there was a lot of information, and sometimes, the details are, and the implementation of this plan is equally as important as the intent. And so what I would like to suggest is that we make ourselves available, and we hope that the council and staff will look to our association and our, really hands-on experience with a lot of this, so we can help be part of the conversation and ensure that with the implementation of this plan, we have that level of success. I'm pleased to hear that our specific plan amendment is generating a lot of activity. That's very encouraging. We did see a lot of that ourselves after it was adopted. With that said, if there's any questions or anything we can do to help, we're at the council's disposal. We feel like we are partners in this project, and we look forward to its implementation. So thank you. And we're going to take this information back, obviously, to all of our property owners and members, and make sure that we also keep them informed on what the city is doing and the progress, and in hopes that despite the fact that this only covers a small area of town, we're hoping that it will be a catalyst, to help revitalize the entire specific plan area that, will be key to the success of our downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moradian. Nick Kidwai, followed by Alicia Blair, followed by Rick Lemmo, our last speaker.
Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, Director of Concerned Citizens for quite a few years. Mayor, I say declare victory and leave the boulevard to the Selvins, the Carsons, the Johnstons, and even the Moradians, and I appreciate his entire family and Sean for what he does. But this taxpayer waste has been going on for 25 plus years right before my eyes. Guess you could get away with it when you had, quote, free money. The redevelopment scandal ship has long left the shore, and it ain't ever coming back. I'm a Democrat that believes in limited government. We have, quote, a Republican conservative supermajority on the dais. For the record, this building is ugly, but it certainly ain't the ugliest building in the world. It faces Caneo School Road, and it shows its back to us. That's the problem. There are a dozen failed studies about the boulevard, like the Hyatt-Palmer report or the Committee of 101 on which I served. The lakes continues to suck blood from taxpayers, and staff was kind enough to provide me with the latest report for the $1 a year fantasy lease. How about mixed use at the shallow lakes? Build on top of it or demo it like the Jag and Land Rover buildings have been. I'm also, unfortunately, with all due respect, sick of all the money going to these consultants. How about fixing the road budget, which is maintenance budget, which is 10 million plus? There's no talk about that. And you have money to throw around for these kind of things? Are you going to buy the auto parts store or the vacant pet building or the dentist building? I hope not. I hope not. Debt from all these niceties was $200 million last time I checked. In fact, I just saw there's a former redevelopment agency meeting at 3 o'clock, so nobody can attend tomorrow. $200 million comes out to $2,500 debt on my shoulders, $2,500 debt on my wife's shoulders, $2,500 debt on my son's shoulder. That's 80,000 taxpayers in this. And what have we got for it? The ugliest building in the world. I disagree. Build a parking structure for these businesses. That's a role of government. That's what Ventura has done, Camarillo have done, other people have done. Don't get into the business section of combining parts or stuff like that. The party's over. There's no money left. Trump is president. Get a life, please. Get on with the program, gentlemen and ladies.
Next speaker, Alicia Blyer, followed by Rick Lemo.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alicia Blyer, and if the city does move to consolidate the smaller parcels in this village area, then my following comments might be for naught. So, my family owns Oakleaf Square, a retail strip center across the street. When the City Council voted for the beautification plan back in October of 2011, we anticipated a renewed interest and retail opportunity in Thousand Oaks, and therefore we spent over $1.2 million to upgrade and refurbish our strip center. During the renovation, we partnered with our next-door neighbor, Clear Oaks Plaza, another retail strip center to our east, to combine our driveways to provide an easier entrance and exit for our combined customers and retailers. This undertaking of combining the egress and egress was costly. We are tremendously excited about the downtown revitalization plan, and we want a vibrant, pedestrian-friendly downtown, yet we're also concerned that decorative streetscape would block our combined driveway. And so we're asking that all companies or committees that are working on this plan understand that our combined driveway with Clear Oaks can't be blocked by a decorative streetscape that will block our clients' and retailers' ability to make left-hand turns in and out of the property. In a challenging business environment here in Thousand Oaks, where we have more retail space and not enough residential density, we don't want to make it harder for our customers to enter or exit our properties. So we're asking that all downtown revitalization plans leave our combined driveway clear of any streetscape blockage.
Thank you. That makes sense. I don't think we would want to do anything that is detrimental to any business. Thank you. Mr. Lemo.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Rick Lemo with Caruso. I want to come with a different approach tonight. I think we should really, first and foremost, maybe congratulate ourselves just a little bit. I'm one of the few people, as some of our staff members, who've been involved with this what seems to be like forever. But if you take the 10,000-foot view, you'll see we have had progress. It isn't the progress that we always talk about in the pictures and in the studies that is the way we hope things end up, but we've had wonderful process along the way. Property owners like Oakleaf who've improved their property. But I think we have to be very, very careful to remember that while the creativity that worked in other cities is important for us to take advantage of here, what's worked in other cities does not necessarily work here. I also take issue with just a couple of things, and I want to make sure that we know that we all agree we want a pedestrian-friendly community. We have tremendous opportunity to do that in the downtown area, particularly in the core. We've heard from everybody a lot of outdoor dining, but residential is very important. And one of the big reasons is that the people who work here that are not the top 10% of the managers and executives, they don't really have a way to live the way they want to live. And so we need to create that space. We need to create work-live space for entrepreneurs that we hear from at California Lutheran University all the time. I also disagree with the hodgepodge comment. Of all the people in the room tonight, just one of us is involved in revitalizing a city right now. We bought 2 sides of Swarthmore in Pacific Palisades. And the fact of the matter is, if you study cities, start with New York and end up in Mayberry, buildings don't all look the same, and they do not have all the same architectural elements. The fact of the matter is, property owners in the old days built the building that they wanted to build. They wanted it to fit and feel right with their neighbor, but they didn't all agree on one architectural style. And so for that reason, I think we have a tremendous opportunity here. Our city council and city staff are in a position that very few cities are in. Very positive, very moving forward. I would just suggest that members of the BID and TOBA be involved, and I support the idea of an ad hoc committee, and by all means bring in stakeholders as a significant part, because they're better information than you can get almost anywhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lemo. Okay, we have no more speakers. And Mr. Adam?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment for the record. One of the speakers mentioned about building parking garages. Morgan Stanley, a very well-known corporation, did a very extensive study on municipalities and where they're going to be going in the future as far as automobiles. And based on millennial driving habits and based on driverless cars, we're expected to become more and more prevalent in the next 3 to 5 years. Their study shows that parking demand will drop significantly over the next 5 years, and that parking garages and that kind of thing will fall off in that activity. And then, in fact, municipalities that rely on that kind of income will not be getting it like they were. And that ownership of cars for homes right now in the United States, about 2.1 cars, could drop to as little as 1 based on driverless cars, Uber and all that. So I'm not quite sure parking garages are going to be the wave of the future. Thank you.
I wanted to actually weigh in earlier, but what I would like to say is that I just returned from a conference in Washington, D.C., and I will provide the report later this evening. But I wanted to say is that there are other communities across the country which are trying to target millennials, and they're revamping, revitalizing their downtown areas. It is a movement that goes on across the country. But the concept also that is now gaining traction is mixing millennial housing with senior housing, because they want to integrate various generations. And what they do is something that we have not done in quite some time, and that is the linkage fees, the in-lieu linkage fees for housing, senior housing, affordable housing. We only have about 600 plus units left to build in this city. And this will be our last opportunity to seize the moment to reinstate linkage fees so that we have something that will help with senior housing and other housing in our town. So if we do an ad hoc committee, and whoever ends up on the ad hoc committee, I think that seeing what other cities across the country are doing, and I'm talking about cities that are conservative, not necessarily progressive, is to revisit the topic of in-lieu housing, because our housing trust fund is shrinking. We have to have housing available, money available to help many mansions, to help with other housing across the city, whether that is senior housing, millennial housing, who knows. But that is something we really, really must consider. The other topic was broadband for the cities. Obviously, that's something that we all know we need to work on. That will go hand in hand with millennial housing, for example. But even the seniors nowadays are becoming more and more tech savvy. Those are just some of the issues or topics that I will touch upon later this evening, although it's already so very late. I wanted to throw that out there so for food for thought, and nobody should be scared away by in-lieu housing, in-lieu fees for housing. This is something that has become standard across the country, really. And we dropped it many, many years ago, but I think it's time that we reintroduce that. Next up, Mr. Fox, Joel Price, and then Rob McCoy.
Do we have a motion?
No motion. We're still in discussion.
I'm going to move items 1 through 4 of the recommendation. And I would just simply say that we're taking a small step tonight as it relates to really starting to get our arms around the puzzles of creating that village concept. As I was listening to the report tonight, I was struck by the comment that Dr. Olson made many, many years ago when they were talking about this facility, and it was, we need a place. And what council is actually starting on tonight is creating that place.
We don't have to.
And that's what we need to do. I would imagine there'll be several more meetings, but we do need to take the first step. This is a complex issue in many, many ways. Mayor points that out. But I think we do need to take the first step. These 4 recommendations at least start to set the foundation for moving forward in a logical fashion and start to deal with, at least at a minimum, some concepts with respect to the parcels that are in front of us, and making sure that as we move forward, we clearly communicate to private property owners, as well as clarify from the city's perspective what we need to achieve what we want. And I think these recommendations certainly set the platform for that. So I'm moving staff's recommendation.
Okay, one moment. 4. The city attorney would like to weigh in.
I just wanted to, sorry to interrupt, Mayor Pro Tem Fox, but the purpose of tonight's meeting is really to just start a dialogue with the city council, so there's really no need to make a motion at this point other than to provide feedback. I would encourage you, with respect to the establishment of an ad hoc committee, to have a discussion with council, and if that's the way council wants to go, then staff should be directed to bring back on the next city council meeting the formal establishment of the ad hoc committee. But really tonight is about receiving initial first thoughts from the city council on these development concepts and proposals.
Okay.
Mr. Price, you wanted to weigh in.
Yes, thank you, and I apologize for driving you nuts by pushing my button and then unpushing it. But I got to tell you, I'll say it all now, excellent report, and thanks to staff for recognizing that we're really at a point in time now where we need to have some serious focus on where we want to go from here. And I think that's been the frustration of the council for some time, quite frankly, that I think most of us, if not all, wish that we'd been a little further down this road. But this is exciting, and what I would suggest that we do is in the establishment of an ad hoc committee. I think we had 2 members of the council here who served previously on an ad hoc committee dealing with the boulevard and the amendments to the boulevard specific plan. And I don't know whether or not they would entertain being part of that same ad hoc committee, but I think the knowledge that that they obtained there was valuable, and to not use that would we would be missing an opportunity. If they were so inclined to agree to that, I would also ask that that the entire council be updated. I don't know that we got an update last time we had an ad hoc committee until the final results were in and we were able to vote on them. I would be much more in favor of hearing from the committee, if not on a bi-monthly basis, or excuse me, yeah, bi-monthly. Every other month? Yeah, maybe every other month. I think it's that important, and I would hope that the work of the committee moves along very quickly, and that that they do work with the members of the bid and keep them engaged in the process and aware of all that's going on. This is, I got to tell you, it's probably one of the most exciting things that that I've been able to have my fingerprints on here in the city since coming on the council in March of 12. So I look forward to the next couple of years and seeing what becomes of it. We've got this blank canvas now, and we need to take advantage of it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Regarding the ad hoc committee, perhaps there will be other council members that would like to give it a shot as well. So with that, I will toss it to Mr. McCoy and then Al Adam.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say that listening to the other council members, I have heard everything I need to hear as far as input is concerned. I love the idea. Let's move ahead cautiously, but let's move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I guess where we are is that we need a motion to. Yes, we do, for the ad hoc committee.
If there's consensus among the council to direct staff to bring back the creation of an ad hoc committee, we can do that. That's all we need. We just need consensus.
Yeah, that's called a motion, right?
It doesn't require a formal vote. You're just giving direction to staff. It's no different than when a person from the member of the public comes up and says, I really want information on this, and you direct staff to bring it back at the next city council. I mean, it's really no different than that.
Then I'll ask that we give direction to staff to come back in 2 weeks and with an ad hoc committee and make an appointment.
That sounds all very good. And regarding outreach,
we don't need to vote, though.
No, we don't. Please
we just don't. Just nod our heads.
That's right.
Okay.
Whatever we do from now on forward, obviously, Mr. Moradian mentioned stakeholders. Mr. Lemo, I believe, mentioned stakeholders, not only from the bid or TOBA, but I think once we get there, it is important to get input from the community as always, and that is why we have a city attitude survey that would aid us in perhaps meeting some of the citizen demand, as well as workshops. And again, mobility and sustainability, that is really the trend of the future. And that is especially for millennials, but perhaps seniors as well. The world is changing, and it is an exciting time. It really is. All right, so, okay, Mr. Fox, I thought we were
I just
done.
have to ask the city attorney a question. I'm reading here a staff report from the city manager to the city council. Items 1 through 4.
Yes.
And this was a noticed, agendized item.
Yes, but the agenda, the purpose of if you look at the actual agenda that was published, was to receive report. Remember, this was a...
Okay, so what you're saying is the recommendation to establish an ad hoc committee to work with staff on guiding development in the downtown area is not specific enough, and the notice, according to the Brown Act, was not clear enough that council can't do that tonight. We actually have to wait 2 weeks.
That's correct. Because
I'm having a hard time with that. I'm not going to, I really am.
The actual agenda notice was to provide a report and simply to receive an update.
I understand that.
Right.
But
for purposes
I also,
of this,
not to interrupt,
tonight.
not to interrupt, but I'm gonna.
Okay.
The idea of the Brown Act is there's full daylight and the public has full awareness and knowledge of council deliberations and action. This was a noticed report by the city manager to the city council, and item 4 clearly indicates the discussion to appoint an ad hoc committee if the council so chooses. And we're not doing that.
But the report was not provided until today.
Tonight's discussion was good, but we're not taking any action on this report. And to me, that I'm not going to say it was a waste of time, but we could have held this whole conversation over for another 2 weeks where we actually could have voted on something. It was a nice discussion, but like I said, I don't think there would be reading this report. I don't understand how we can say, well, we can't actually put a committee together and give staff direction because it's got to be noticed.
The report was not available until today.
Oh.
Right. It wasn't published until the supplemental packet today at 2:30.
I got it.
That's why.
Okay.
If it had been published before,
Fair
then
enough.
you're absolutely right. But it wasn't published until today.
Okay.
Mr. Adam?
That makes sense. Okay.
It wasn't published until today. Thank you. So staff has the full direction now from the council. Are we all prepared to move on to item number 9C? Thank you, gentlemen, very much for your presentation. Number 9C is the California American Water Company proposed astronomical rate increase. And we're going to get an update on that. And that is Mr. Jay Spurgeon, our Public Works Director, who attended the public meeting last Tuesday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. As you are all aware, the city is served potable water by 3 purveyors. California American Water Company serves in Newbury Park, the city's water division about in the central area, kind of the blue areas here, and then California Water Service in Westlake and North Ranch. The relative portions of the city served by the 3 are shown here in this chart. So we're talking about Cal-Am tonight. They actually serve the most customers. They have almost 21,000, about 46% of the city. That's 60,000 residents, so that's a large portion of our collective constituents. Rates are set differently by the city versus the 2 private water purveyors that border us. The city, of course, we're subject to Prop 218, and the city council ultimately approves and sets the rates, which in fact was done just last year. Both Cal-Am and Cal Water have to go through the California Public Utility Commission through general rate cases that are typically done every 3 years. They are not subject to Prop 218, and that, of course, includes the ballot protest and a certainly much more straightforward, I believe, public process. So it became Cal-Am's turn, in a sense, to file their application for the next 3 years, and that was done last July. They proposed 2 options. The first is a consolidation of 5 separate systems. The one here in Thousand Oaks, or they call their Ventura district, 3 in Los Angeles and 1 in San Diego, for rate-making purposes, consolidating costs, revenues. And that option results in a 32.5% increase over 3 years for customers in Thousand Oaks. They have a second option, which is a standalone. That would be 15% increase over 3 years for Thousand Oaks customers. This table's a little busy, but it's important. This is kind of the meat of it right here. There's going to be a similar table following that is without consolidation. So you can see on the left-hand side the 5 different systems, 3 in Los Angeles, as noted there, Thousand Oaks and then San Diego. Currently, you can see what a typical average single-family resident customer will pay per month. So you see there the current bill for Thousand Oaks area, $103 and on down. So currently, our folks are paying the most of these 5 on a monthly basis. Now, granted, we're not all using the same amount of water, but in terms of a monthly impact, that's what it is. And then you can see going across the proposed increases, both in percents and then what the bills be, and go all the way over to the right, and you see the cumulative increase column, and that is after 3 years, and you see the 32.5 for Thousand Oaks, and the rest of the 5 are much less. And in fact, you see there's a couple of these systems, Baldwin Hills and San Diego, that have a negative increase or an actual decrease. So this is, at the end of this all, you see that the average monthly bill is still the highest in Thousand Oaks. So now here's without consolidation, and it's a much different story. Much different story. And you see on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, you see how the numbers stack up. And I'm going to flip back once, and you see there's very, very small cumulative increase for Baldwin Hills, San Diego, somewhat higher. Actually, the highest is in San Marino here, followed by Thousand Oaks and Duarte. And then here you see that actually Thousand Oaks is the lowest cumulative increase without consolidation. Now, the PUC, their goals for consolidation, and this is what Cal-Am has stated in their application that they're trying to do, and that is to share costs and revenues to lower costs overall and provide affordability across this larger customer base. And I would submit to you that is not what's happening here. That is not being borne out by this consolidation option. Here's a comparison of Cal-Am with the city's customers and Cal Water. I'm using 2016 as a baseline because that was when they submitted their application, and that's the number they used. For an 18 unit per month consumption, residential customer pays the same in Cal-Am and City, at least last year. Cal Water a little bit more, and you can see what happens in 2018. That's actually the first year of this rate case, and then of course it goes up after that. Where Cal-Am and the city are equal now, they end up being 17% higher in the first year of this new rate case. By the way, those percentages, I forgot to mention, let me go back here. These percentages here, both in this table, both of these tables, these do not include the expected imported water increases, which we believe will be about 3% per year. So you need to add 9% to all of these figures on the right-hand side in both of these tables. That's important because when we do our rate increases, we roll it all together. We include what we expect from the imported increases. When both Cal-Am and Cal Water do theirs, they don't. They exclude them, and that's because they get freebies for those. As those come in, as those are hit, as CAEGA says, hey, we're gonna increase your rates 4 or 5%, or our cost of imported water, they just get to pass those through almost by magic. I mean, they just get to submit this advice letter to the PUC. There's really no public process at all. It just happens, and bang, your bill goes up, and they give you notice, but there's really no public process there. So really important to understand that all these percentages are without imported increases. I'm going to come back to that slide in a minute. Here's what's been going on. There was a public hearing held last week, Tuesday night, in Newbury Park, and I was there, and I provided some testimony that I'm going to summarize again in a moment. There's about 150 residents there 35 spoke, all unanimously and strongly opposed to this consolidation option. Cal-Am has really not given us the data to support it. We've already gone through reams of testimony and information that they've submitted as part of this application. We're just not finding it. That was pretty evident as well as at the hearing. The city, so the next point here, the city has applied for and been granted party status in this proceeding. That is different than we've had with other these rate cases where we've certainly been involved, we've testified, we've provided comment. But what party status allows us to do is submit our own direct testimony to rebut what Cal-Am has submitted, to cross-examine and bring forth our own witnesses during the actual hearings, the final hearings in San Francisco before the PUC, and those are in May, and be part of this all the way through the final determination, including any settlement hearings, which I would suspect there might be. So that's different. We felt that was important in this case because of the magnitude of the impacts to city residents, even though they're not our own water customers. So here's, in a nutshell, our testimony. Here's what I presented last week before the administrative law judge that the PUC had here in Newbury Park. This is what we're writing up. We're going to be submitting within the next couple of weeks. In a nutshell, we're all the same. These three systems here, we all buy the same water for exactly the same price from Cayugas. Imported water, we're all 100%. We basically have the same systems. None of us treat water. We all distribute it. We have pumps. We have tanks. Nobody's building stuff. We're all built out. We all have about the same age infrastructure. In fact, we're probably the oldest of the three. And that equates to roughly the same costs. And there's really no reason, and there's no good justification for any of the three of us to be outliers, where somebody who's consuming the same amount of water should pay 17 or more % than their neighbor, in some cases that are just across the street or around the block. The arguments that for benefits of consolidation are just not true in our case. They certainly are for some of those other districts, but not for Thousand Oaks. So to kind of wrap this up, the process before the PUC is pretty technical from a legal standpoint, and staff believes that we will have, in the end, a much better chance of prevailing here. That is, they need to throw out this consolidation option, and we actually need to get into the standalone proposal and get into those numbers because we think those are too high as well. And we need assistance. Staff needs assistance. We need outside legal counsel and experts to support us through this process. So that's the recommendation tonight, is to ratify this city attorney's agreement for outside legal in up to $100,000. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I know our city attorney's available as well.
Thank you, Mr. Spurgeon. First of all, thank you very much for representing the city and the ratepayers at the hearing last week before the administrative law judge. Again, we went through this in 2012 with another purveyor, California Water Company, and I just don't understand why, as you say, they feel they need to dramatically increase rates when they're paying the same price for water. It's rather disturbing. So I will go to Joel Price, Al Adam, and then we will hopefully be able to go to Mr. Nick Kidwai.
Yep. Thank you. As a customer of Cal-Am Waters, thank you for attending that meeting. I understand that the applause for you were larger than for anybody else. So congratulations. My question for you is simply this: that I didn't know whether or not you'd heard that, but they wanted to carry you out on their shoulders. Are there other cities that here in Ventura County that are impacted by this decision, or perhaps in LA County where this cost could be shared? And maybe this is a question for the city attorney rather than you. The cost of defending this could be shared.
It's my understanding, and Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, we're the only municipality in Ventura County affected. That being said, there is a partner agency here, the Conejo Recreation and Park District, that will be significantly affected by these potential rate increases. We have engaged in some discussions, and we have a commitment on behalf of CRPD General Manager that they are willing to engage in some level of cost sharing on this.
What about the unincorporated county areas that are Newberry Park and Lynn Ranch and some of those other areas that are served by CalAm? Have we thought to reach out to them?
They are, and at the public hearing last week, a representative from Supervisor Park's office was there,
right.
Did speak, submitted a strong letter of opposition as well.
Was there a check attached? No.
Not made out to the city of Thousand Oaks. No check.
I think that might be something to explore. We'd be defending their residents as well, county residents as well, and it's. I don't know what that number is, but it's not a small one. It's thousands, I'm sure.
Mr. Spurgeon, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say that the number of customers in the unincorporated area is in the hundreds?
Within the city of Thousand Oaks, the CalAm customers that are in unincorporated, I would say, are more like several thousand. The few hundred, there's actually a small area served by CalAm in Ventura County that is in the unincorporated area above Camarillo, in the Camarillo Hills. That little service area is only 300 or 400 customers. Okay. So that does overlap into not within the city limits of Camarillo, I'm certain, but another supervisorial district. And in fact, I think Supervisor Long's office is interested in joining, throwing in their support for in opposition of this case as well.
Am I to understand then that Ventura County would not like to participate in the cost sharing because the number of county residents affected is not large enough?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
We've not had a...
no, I think it has been asked. But
we haven't had a commitment from them.
Okay.
There has been discussions at that, and we can certainly take that up again with
well, let's reevaluate
offices.
then.
And perhaps the city attorney could chime in here in terms of timing. One of the big challenges before us right now is that we're preparing testimony to go before the CPUC on this, and that is a critical component. We're certainly going to endeavor, as I talked about with CRPD and others, to identify cost-sharing partners where we can, but maybe Tracy can confirm more.
That's correct. Given the timing of the process that we're going through, there are deadlines for propounding discovery and reviewing the basis for the consolidation and the rate increases. And so we already engaged the services of Downey Brand, but obviously my contractual authority, or actually the city manager's contractual authority, is only up to $50,000. Given the complexity of both the consolidation and the rate increase, we anticipate the need to hire not only legal assistance, but also possibly experts that can actually testify on behalf of the city with respect to the consolidation. So that's why I'm asking for a $100,000 budget. And given the timing of it, I'm asking for it up front. Obviously, I'll be conservative in how we proceed, but I don't want us to be stifled with providing a less than forceful opposition to this based on limitations on budget authority.
Thank you. Mr. Adam.
Yeah, I have no problems with limitations on budget authority, but I think Mr. Price had a very good point. I hope that we do pursue the county sharing the cost of this challenge, because they do have residents affected, and they have more money than us, a lot more. And the other quick question, so we're going to challenge the consolidation option or the standalone option, or both of them?
I think our primary goal is to have the commission not approve the consolidation.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Number one. But then secondly, we will drill down into their numbers. I don't believe 15% over 3 years is appropriate either. And here's some baseline. The 2-year rate increase that City Council approved last year, when you strip away the imported water piece of it, was 3% per year. And Cal Water just finished their 3-year rate case last year, and they ended up with 1% per year. So even a 5% per year, although it's a heck of a lot less than 32% over 3 years, I believe is still too much. So we'll be challenging that as well.
Okay. I think we got the right man on the job, Jay. You seem very ardent about this situation, so I appreciate your work on it and appreciate you representing the city at that meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Price.
Yeah, very quickly. I don't want to do anything that's going to inhibit your ability to prepare for this hearing, but I do agree that we should explore cost sharing with anybody who has a dog in the fight.
That. We will definitely do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That said, Nick Kidwai, our only speaker, please. You have 3 minutes.
Nick Iqbal Kidwai. I was representing concerned citizens at the CPUC meeting at Mr. Selvin's drop-dead gorgeous hotel, Palm Plaza, by submitting my card 40 minutes before the meeting, and had to go to the Conejo Valley Unified School District meeting on trial, where God seemed to be on trial, and I was hoping to hear Romans, but was disappointed as a shallow discussion and missed the Metropolitan Water District meeting, which was today at 6 o'clock, same time as over here. I was planning to go, but there was too much excitement here. I got applause when, as usual, I criticized the city's record, but I got more raucous applause when I said, and I repeat that the city should buy this rogue company. All utilities that I know are non-profits. Where did this for-profit French company come from? And when they do minimal work in transporting water and want ungodly price increases. This is an attempt by this corporation in cahoots with other utilities to destroy our way of life, especially the seniors and those on fixed income. I got a drought-tolerant yard now, thanks to a rebate. But already my bill is the same as it was before, with the lush yards, green lawn. They have instituted a rapacious late charge. But if you are late, even 1 day from their due date, you will get a call in the morning, a call in the afternoon, and a call in the evening. That's where so much of this money is going. When they already have us by the, I won't say what, why do they need to make all these calls? I don't understand. Before they had this policy that 3 days before the shut-off notice, they would leave a notice at your front door, and there was no late charge. Council, this is all about greed. Pure, simple greed. I appreciate the city going to court and, like a councilman has said many times, cut through the chase and start the process to buy Cal-Am to benefit all the taxpayers in Thousand Oaks. Godspeed to you and good luck to you in the lawsuit.
Thank you. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mayor Bilda Pena. I just wanted to take a quick moment before council acts to acknowledge our Public Works Director, Jay Spurgeon. He has spent considerable time and energy and hours in and outside of the office in preparing for and carrying our case forward. So I just wanted to say a quick note of thanks to Jay.
Mr. Spurgeon, is Cal-Am owned by a French company, as was stated?
They're a subsidiary of American Water, and I'm not sure who owns them. Previously, you recall, there was a buyout. Started with a German company,
That's right,
and it was
British.
an English company, and then that kind of reversed. But I do know that the parent company of Cal American Water is American Water.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, I think the recommendation is to, I do need a motion on this one. Somebody please make a motion on that. That would be Mr. Adams, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move we approve the budget appropriation in the amount of $100,000 for legal services pertaining to the California American Water case.
And ratify the contract.
And ratify the contract, thank you.
All right, if there are no further questions, comments, Madam Clerk, would you please prepare us for a vote?
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And now we go to item 12A, compensation and employment agreement for our city attorney. Mr. Gary Rogers, our Human Resources Director, will do this one. Hello.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. On January 10th, the City Council met with the City Attorney and provided her an annual performance evaluation. The City Council also gave the Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem some negotiating parameters to discuss possible adjustment with the City Attorney. The item before you tonight amends the City Attorney contract, providing a performance-based salary adjustment from $231,521 to $243,097 annually, effective July 2nd, 2016. All other terms and conditions of the employment agreement with the City Attorney remain unchanged. I'm certainly available to answer any questions you might have this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Adam has a
I don't have a question. Do we need a motion on that?
Yes, we do.
Right, then I move we approve the employment agreement with our City Attorney.
Very good. If there are no further comments, then I will ask the City Clerk to prepare us for a vote.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to council reports. Or wait a minute, is it council reports? Yes, it is. Follow-up reports on meetings and conferences attended by council members. That would be me, and Mr. Price goes second, I believe. As I mentioned earlier this evening, I did attend the United States Conference of Mayors last week with our Legislative Affairs Manager, Mina Leyba. We returned Thursday night, the day before the inauguration. And Mina Leyba and I attended altogether 22 workshops and plenary sessions, educational forums, standing committees. They ranged, do we have the slideshow? They ranged from talking about autonomous vehicles to homeless housing. And the first slide that you see here was a speech by, at that time, still Vice President-elect Mike Pence, who pledged to the 300 mayors and their staff attending the conference that the Trump administration would work hand in hand with city halls across the country, in particular on infrastructure. Tonight, I see that the Trump administration, there was an executive order that says that he will now work with city halls to take funding away for any city that is a sanctuary city. That is a executive order. Then we attended a plenary session with none other than Bill Ford. He was being interviewed by the United States Conference of Mayors President Mick Cornett about the future of the automobile. And what is interesting about this is that Bill Ford is now saying that his company will focus on solely electric vehicles in the future, as well as hydrogen fuel vehicles, and that basically fossil fuel-based vehicles will go by the wayside. That was his vision of the future regarding the automobile. Then New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio talked about the uncertain future of American cities under President Trump, and of course that shouldn't be a surprise, as he does not see eye to eye with the new president. He did say, let me see here, yes, okay, so that's as much as I will say about what Bill de Blasio had to say. Then we had a renowned city planner, Jeff Speck, who teaches at Harvard University. He's a city planner, as I said, about the future of the autonomous vehicle. And he is of the opinion that the autonomous vehicle is not going to solve any of our transportation or transit problems at all, especially in Southern California. In order for Southern California or California and other crowded cities to solve traffic problems, it will have to be, according to him, it has to be bike paths, as well as pedestrian paths, as well as transit, dedicated lanes for buses, dedicated lanes for bicycles. Autonomous vehicles, in his opinion, are going to get people out of their cars, but will not solve our transit problems unless we build dedicated lanes for bicycles and buses. Next slide was a session with our Surgeon General Vivek Murthy about his health initiative, in which he declared, basically, in his opinion, the country declared an epidemic in the country of substance abuse. He said 28 million Americans are addicted to drugs, narcotics, and that is an issue that must be addressed. I did ask a question about whether pharmaceutical industries have any blame in this, and he said we certainly will not be able to solve our addiction problem without the input from pharmaceutical companies. Next slide, we had educational forums, and this is the UCMS, USMC president talking about various issues, about sustainable futures. Let's see. My goodness, I'm trying to remember now all of these committees. That was a representative from the Major League Baseball advocating for fitness among athletes. And then this was the mayor of Santa Barbara, Helene Schneider, and the mayor of Austin, who talked about the homelessness in America and how you can help to solve homelessness by a veteran or homeless veteran trust fund. Extremely interesting and something that is worth looking into, but not tonight since it's already 10:30. Then we had Mayor Eric Garcetti, who was pressing for immigration reform under the new Trump administration. And that is the day that the United States Conference of Mayors passed a resolution that called on the Trump administration to pass a immigration reform policy, a bipartisan one, and that resolution was endorsed by Republican and Democratic mayors. Also, the Major General of the Army, Laura Richardson, spoke about the future of women in the military. She also said that the recruitment of women and men to the Army is being hindered by obesity, and how high schools need to work with high school students to become fitter so they can be excellent candidates not only for the Army but for all of the military, and that is a challenge nowadays. This is the First Lady of New York City, Chirlane McCray, who discussed the city's mental health programs initiative called Thrive. Excellent, excellent program. New York City helps to subsidize school districts with mental health professionals. New York City right now, according to her, has mental health professionals in every single school in New York City, and New York has over 1 million students. The mental health problem is so acute in our country, especially in the big cities, that New York has come up with funding to help schools with mental health professionals, and I think that is remarkable. And then finally, this was a first, and the inaugural meeting on LGBT discrimination. It was asked that mayors sign on to an initiative that asked for the protection of LGBT members of the LGBT community, and the reason I attended this one was because of all of the controversy going on within our school district right now, CVUSD, and I wanted to get more information as to how to deal with that issue. Although it's a school district issue, I think it's affecting, of course, not only our cities, but cities across the country. What else do we have there after that? I think that was the final slide. So this was 3 days in Washington, D.C., attended 22 workshops, and I have much more to add, but this is basically just a summary. Now to Mr. Joel Price.
Okay. I attended the League of California Cities Public Safety Policy Committee on January, it was last Thursday. This past Thursday in Sacramento. And there were a number of things that we discussed after going over the goals of the League of California Cities for the coming year. But some things of note were budget items with respect to the governor's proposed budget that would result in reductions to public safety programs that are very concerning to not only to cities but to Cal Chiefs, specifically the unspecified funding cuts to the Commission on Peace Officers Standards and Training. That is the arm of the state that regulates training for police officers or peace officers. And they have said that there's going to be significant cuts made, and they haven't detailed to what. So there's a whole lot of concern there. And then there's the complete elimination of funding for the California Gang Reduction, Intervention, and Prevention Program, which has been a very successful program over the years. And, this isn't a reduction of it. This is a complete elimination of funding in a time where gang crime seems to be, not just seems to be, is in fact on the rise. So it was very concerning. There was discussion about Prop 57. And the League of California Cities and our Public Safety Committee is going to urge the Department of Corrections to consider the broad scope of the provisions for release of certain felons. The list of what is considered, according to Penal Code Section 667.5, as being violent, surprisingly does not contain shooting somebody if you happen to be shooting from a vehicle. That to me sounds just as violent as walking up and shooting them, but it is not under current statute considered. So that somebody who was convicted of that could conceivably be released early. I think that the folks in our fair city would agree that that person deserves to do every bit of their time. So we're very concerned that that the bureaucrats in the Department of Corrections are going to have wide discretion over who they release from prison early. There's also a bill, and I think this is the second time it's been through the Assembly, but that will phase out telephones, landline telephones, POTS, plain old telephone service. The telephone companies recognize now that that is not the business that they want to be in. Alexander Graham Bell would turn over in his grave, but they want to go to a full cellular system. So that presents a whole list of problems, particularly in rural areas where cell reception is not what it needs to be. And then, of course, we had our continued discussion about drones and the impact that they are having and will continue to have on the landscape and resources of cities. And that is something that we'll be continuing to discuss throughout the year. So with that, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Drones indeed are a concern. That was also very evident at the conference of mayors in Washington, D.C. That is something that the FAA is trying to grapple with, along with law enforcement, commercial drones especially. They were talking about, having your pizza delivered by a drone. And then what is this going to do to cities across the country? So I forgot to mention that the Conference of Mayors in Washington was the largest ever attended by mayors. 300 mayors and staff attended, and that was the highest number in the history of the USMC. All right. I believe we now go to the city manager for any follow-up items.
Thank you, Mayor Bildo Pena. Our next regularly scheduled city council meeting will be on Tuesday, the 14th of February. There are currently several public hearings. Yes, I'll remind the council that you set this calendar last year.
What were we thinking?
So currently have one public hearing, the MCA on marijuana, which we discussed earlier, one department report on Westlake Boulevard sidewalks, and the follow-up item from this evening, which is the creation of the ad hoc committee relating to downtown. That's it.
Thank you. We're really meeting on Valentine's Day. All right. All right. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. We have two closed session matters tonight. The first is conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, Bell versus City of Thousand Oaks, case number 56-2015-00475739, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9a. And the second matter is conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9a. Claimant Michael Hines, workers' compensation claim number THWC 2034, WCAB number 80J 6639631. It's not likely I'll have anything to report.
Thank you very much. We will now adjourn to our regular meeting next month, February 14th. I expect red roses, Mr. City Manager. Good night.
in one spot.